this. Are you kidding me?
The wheels on the bus go ground and pound, and he fights his way free. Touchdown!
This is what it's all about.
Like most of us, the Madden NFL 20 Bowl called an audible and headed for home. But the move from Major Live Event to Madden Major played online has not lowered the stakes or the intensity 1 yard. Now, only 4 of the best players in the world remain, of what began with 16. Today, they battle to be recognized by their peers as the best Madden player in the world and claim the $65,000 first prize. Which of these Final Four Madden pros will stay, play, and win it all at home? We find out next.
Community. It keeps us connected, even when unseen enemies drive us apart. The Madden competitive community is no stranger to sticking together.
Let's go!
And when their most prestigious event, the Madden Bowl, was threatened by the new normal, the community collectively logged in to stay and play.
Stay and play. Stay and play. Stay and play.
And it's taken all year to whittle down to this collection of the best players of the year.
Ah, let's go, baby!
And now, here they are, safe at home, but battling for the most coveted title in the sport, Madden Bowl champion.
For the championship. For the championship.
This is their Super Bowl.
One stop, end this!
This is the event.
Let's go!
And yet, this one is different than those before it for all of us. Competitors separated by hundreds or thousands of miles, competing against one another with everything they have.
Oh my God!
Been yet closer than ever before. Even when standing alone, more connected than ever. Fixated on the same intense goal to become named Madden Bowl champion.
We are getting set to kick off gameplay on the final day of the Madden NFL 20 Bowl. And in these days of stay and play, we start inside the Snickers Virtual Players Lounge, where we find Clef the God, D-Craw, Bobbin, and Joke enjoying one last chance to chill out before trying to close their individual runs to earn what would be for the winner his first Madden Bowl championship. Hey there, everyone. My name is Evan Rayner, also known as Rain Day. A special shout out to our audience joining us today on ESPN2 for a day devoted to Madden Competitive. Yes, we are all coming to you from home, and I am virtually joined by the Carolina Panthers reigning club champion, one great user, and two-time Madden Major champion, Serious Mo. User, it's championship day for the Madden Bowl. How pumped are you to start watching this action?
Man, I'm beyond excited, man. Today we crowned the best Madden player of Madden 20. I know. You're like, what about the other belt winners all this year? None of that matters, man. Bump them. Today, the best players are here. That's what matters. The guy who wins the day, we're going to have to slurp and pay homage all year until Madden 21.
And Mo, for those close to Madden Competitive and the Madden Championship Series, it doesn't get any bigger than this, whether it's in person or online.
Yeah, you know, the Madden Bowl, this isn't a tournament that you can just jump into. These 16 best players have earned their right throughout the entire year. We're talking 6 to 8 months competing in tournaments, trying to qualify, you know, trying to get extra points to make it here. You know, now we're finally here. We're down to the Final Four, and there's no doubt about it. The person who wins this tournament is the best Madden 20 player of the year.
All right, for those just dropping into our Madden Bowl coverage, we have made some adjustments thanks to the new normal. Originally scheduled for late April as a live event, we moved the bowl online due to COVID-19. We began last week with group play in a field of 16. On Thursday, we kicked off the single elimination bracket, and yesterday trimmed the field to our final 4. Today, we crown a champion, give away $65,000 to the winner. All right, fellas, we have had a lot of great moments already over the past 2 weeks. User, which has been to you the most memorable thus far?
It has to be Clutch the God, man. I know it's Clef, but it's Clutch the God. Down 10-0 against Henry. Rookie of the year. 18 seconds left. My man comes all the way back and lurk him. And then gets sticky, icky, ooh-wee. They hit him with the stop and go, you know, the skirt. Man, just displaying that great stick Clutch coming all the way back, man, that had to be the most exciting game that we had last week, even though it was a handful of exciting games. You cannot be still excited about Clef the God coming through with that play at the end.
All right, so you got Clutch the God. Mo, what moment stood out to you the most over these last 2 weeks?
I'm not going to lie. It's hard to argue against that Clef the God play. But for me, it's this D-Croft kick return. 2 seconds left in the game. You're going to see it right here. The tie game, everybody thinks it's just going to overtime. Henry decides to squib kick it. The ball doesn't bounce on the ground. And instead, it goes right to the up back. Was wide open touchdown. It wasn't even close. And, we're starting to see a little highlight tape of Henry, but he's on the wrong side of things. That clip versus Clef the God, Henry was in it. But right here, you see D-Croft just walking into the end zone, no one around him, and he walks off for the. And this was a big play because it gave him a bye in the tournament. So where he didn't have to play Clef until the final 4, he would have been playing him in the final 12. So this is kind of that was the biggest play to me so far.
All right, so that was then. This is now. Here's today's schedule. Coming up next, it's Clef the God taking on D-Croft. That's followed by our second semifinal with Pavin, the Madden NFL 19 club champion, facing Joe. And then later this evening, we bring you our Madden Bowl final to close things out and crown a champion. So as we have mentioned, for most in the Madden competitive community, the Madden Bowl is revered as our Super Bowl. The champion of the Madden Bowl is also often recognized as the best player of the year. And here's a closer look at how the Madden Bowl works and why it's considered the holy grail of the Madden majors.
The road to the Madden Bowl began last July after the release of Madden 20. Hundreds of players over thousands of games in both online qualifying and major live events battled to secure the 16 coveted spots for the bowl. The straightest line to securing a bid to the bowl was finishing within the top 2 or top 4 amongst the first 3 majors in the Madden Championship Series. 6 additional bids were wrapped up based upon the final rankings from the MCS points standings. Just before the bowl, and with 14 spots locked up, the Last Chance qualifier literally provided the last chance for 2 competitors without bids to punch their tickets.
It's Peppers again. Ball comes loose.
Upon conclusion of the LCQ, we were all set with our Sweet 16, with the top 4 seeds of the tournament headlining each group as its top seed. The tournament format at the Madden Bowl began with round-robin play with each group, from which 3 competitors advanced and 1 went home. Or should I say, stayed home.
Like the Madden community say, he sleep. He looks sleep. He never woke up today.
The remaining 12 players headed to the single elimination bracket, and the winner of each group received a bye. From the wild cards through the quarterfinals, it's win or go home time at the bowl. It all brings us to today's championship game, worth a not too shabby $40,000. Don't be surprised if your favorite player is found on a different team than the one he plays for in the NFL. Competitors at the Madden Bowl build their own rosters managing a salary cap. How the cap is spent can mean the difference between an early exit or a run to the championship. The money is always nice, but there is much more at stake at the Madden Bowl than dollar signs. The winner also receives the Madden Bowl Championship belt, with its 24-karat gold plate and over 700 rhinestones. But the true value of the Madden Bowl belt is measured by the elation experienced from raising the belt, even if this year that moment might be a little delayed. The new normal aside, only one can raise the Madden NFL 20 Bowl hardware, and that is why we are all here, staying and playing at home, to find out.
So that's the Madden Bowl explained as far as how the tournament works, but Serious Mo, in the Madden competitive community, this tournament means a lot more than brackets, belts, and even prize pool.
If you're just able to make it to this tournament, you get a lot of praise around the community because this is the toughest tournament to compete in. It's not about the money. I could say it's not about the belt, but everybody wants that belt because it's a stamp of legacy. And, I love this tournament because it gives you the opportunity to say, I was the best Madden 20 player ever. No one could touch me that year. I was the best player. And, everybody is trying to win this tournament. And the thing is, only 16 people get to compete in it.
Yeah, like Mo was saying, man, this is the top 16 players all year. All year, this started back when the game first dropped. It means so much because you get all these guys chirping. Oh, man, I was good at this part. The game updated, and I was good here. I was good there. If you was best at this moment, guess what? You still got a chance right now in the Madden Bowl. And guess what? These top 16 players, they were the best 16 players all year. And guess what? Now we're down to 4. And like Mo said, everyone's fighting for that belt. Trust and believe. That's what they want. The cash is nice. The cash is nice, but when you get that belt, man, you just be able to swag on. Ain't nothing you can tell me. Even though I ain't won the belt. I mean, at least that's what I would say if I won the belt. Ain't nothing you can tell me.
All right, so let's start digging deeper into today with first setting up how the bracket has played out over the past few days. As we said, we began single elimination this week. Yesterday in the quarterfinals, it was Joke, the #1 overall seed, taking down Drini, the Madden Bowl defending champion. In the other match in the top half of the bracket, it was Pavin, who also disposed of a former Madden Bowl champ by defeating Young Kiv. So Joke faces Pavin in one semifinal. In the lower half of the bracket, featuring players from Group C and D, it was Clef the God getting past Lil Man to make his second straight major semifinal. And in the battle of two-team titans, it was Decroft over Noah. Decroft needed the last chance qualifier just to get here. Clef and Decroft meet up next. Okay, fellas, we will have plenty to talk about Joke and Pavin next hour, but let's start getting into this first match featuring Clef and Decroft. Few have been hotter than the 19-year-old Decroft, who was able to take first place in Group D with some fireworks we have spoken about. However, the 24-year-old veteran Clef the God struggled a bit in group play, but has been able to hit his stride as of late. So, user, you know Clef the God well. He's back in another major semifinal. Does he feel he's ready to close this out with a major victory?
Yeah, you know, I talked to him this morning, man. Clef, I said, how you doing, man? He said, user, I'm ready, man. He said, I put in all the time and preparation, man. He said, now it's time for me to go out here and show and prove. He said, I'm going to just take the game one by one. I'm not worried about who I play next. He said, I feel like I'm ready for this moment. I would love to get back to the championship, but I'm focused on the first game I got right now is Decroft. And that let me know, because sometimes these people, they start thinking ahead. And you're like, well, I can get past him. I'm worried about what's going over there. No, you got to handle the giant that's in front of your face right now. And my man Clef is ready.
And Mo, this will be a battle between two passers. And flipping to Decroft, you have passed better in this tournament than he has when he needed it. Show us why he's been so effective.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The only times he's found trouble is when he did try to run the ball in early situations. Like right here, he ran the ball 2 plays, got to a 3rd and 8, has to make a play, down 7-0, and Aaron Rodgers makes one of the greatest throws you're going to see him make. Kind of reminds you of that Detroit Lions play a couple years ago when he had the Hail Mary. And this is one of the biggest plays of the tournament also this far, because it kept him in that game versus Wesley. He had thrown a pick 6 on his first drive, actually. And, you know, Decroft, ever since then, he's been dialed in on offense, passing the ball, and he's looked extremely impressive.
Yeah, Decroft, man, like I just spoke about, people looking ahead, Decroft has looked great all tournament except when he played Rage. Everyone knew he was probably the better player, and he kind of overlooked them, and therefore he took that loss in group stage. But after that, Decroft shook it off, said, guess what? You're going to get my best game. And that's how he plays. He makes smart read after smart read. He takes what you give him. He is not going to force many passes. He's going to take the hitches, the flats. You might not like it, but trust and believe the guy makes great reads.
Okay, for those just joining us, we have been having some fun with our pal One Great User and his picks for each one of our matches. Let's just say he's been hot and cold. Mo, before we get to the One Great Prognosticator, your thoughts on how this match plays out?
I think this is going to be one of the best matches of the tournament. We've had some crazy games. I think it's going to be one of the best matches of the tournament. But I'm going to go with Decroft just based on how well he's constructed his team. It's been something that he's praised himself on throughout this tournament. And he says, you know what? I love my team. I'm ready to ball. I think that I built the best team for the entire tournament. And, you know, that's why I'm going to go with Decroft.
All right, User, it's time. What you got?
Yeah, you know, I've been hot and cold. We've been using props and all that. But guess what? Today we going off the gut. The gut is telling me Clutch the God is getting ready to get back into the grand finals again. That's what the gut tells me. He's going to step up today. And guess what? Decroft been on a nice run. He been fighting through the jungles in LCQ. But guess what? It stops this game right now. Clutch the God comes through.
And I know our ESPN2 audience haven't had a chance to watch this black cloud that my good buddy user has had over him. And also, him and Clef the God are like best friends. So for him to just bring this black cloud over Clef the God on ESPN2, it's a shame. It really is to do this to his own pal.
You forgetting, Mo. I shook it off. Captain User yesterday was on a streak. I was 3-0 until Bandana Drini. But listen, we ain't going to talk about that. We got the good mojo today. Let's go, Clef.
Yeah, you did have some good mojo yesterday. I didn't see the shield today, though. All right, the table is thoroughly set for our first semifinal. Coming up next, it's Clef the God looking to get one step closer to his first major title. But he will have to get past the 19-year-old D-Croft to do so. D-Croft and our competitors will be wired up today. Here's the best we've had thus far with our special segment, Audible at Home.
Yon the Don. Earn that 15 count, man. Earn that.
How did I stop and go? This is Bo Jackson. He's 99 speed. Let's go. Run, Gale. Run, Gale, run. Run, Gale, run. Joystick. Joystick, baby. That's why we get joystick. Oh, my gosh. Bo Jackson is the greatest player of all time.
Oh, Mills. Oh, he's going 0-3. Oh, he's going 0-3. Yes, sir. Your boy got negative yards, fam. Let's go. Come on. Win the next one.
Where's the clock, baby? Tick-tock. Tick-tock.
Let's go, Vic.
Vic ain't fumbling now. Let's go. Hype up.
That's just some precision. Another sack. He don't like this. Come on. We gonna break the sack record on this boy. Stop! One stop! Come on! Stay up one time!
It's the phone! Let's go! Bye!
The Madden NFL 20 Bowl is presented by Creamy Snickers. You're not smooth when you're hungry. The Madden NFL 20 Bowl is also brought to you in part by Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
If you're over mac and cheese and PB&Js, have we got good news for you. Right now, get Pizza Hut's best delivery deal. Large pizzas with up to 3 toppings for just $9.99. Available for carryout or contactless delivery at pizzahut.com.
Oh, no, don't pressure me.
This party's garbage.
That bad, huh?
It is that bad. It's like a bag of zero.
Try this creamy Snickers. You could use a little smoothness.
Is that one of the zeros?
Get smooth with the fresh ground nut butters and creamy Snickers.
Join NFL stars competing in a special virtual tournament to benefit Feeding America. The Fox Esports Madden NFL Invitational, May 22nd on FS1.
Today I want to use my voice to showcase a real hero, Dr. Evan Shannon. I want to thank Tracy Thomas,
Dr. Josh Hughes, Haley Wickenheiser,
Dr. Mercy,
Savannah Stewart.
Thank you for all that you're doing. Nobody knew this was coming, but you guys stepped up.
The countless hours you spend at the hospital, coming in on your days off.
What she's doing to help other people, putting her health at risk and her family, her beloved ones.
When I had the virus, I was a little nervous, a little scared, so just being able to just be there.
Thank you, Henry, for bringing your A game every single day. You cheer for us, I want to cheer for you. So get up, Nicole, let's go!
Let's go. Yeah! Stay strong, Doc. Can be more proud of having you in my jersey.
You're the true queen, the real hero.
Thank you. Thank you.
been a long day. It's been a great day, and we got a chance to really bring it on in with some sizzle. Decroft trying to come back. Down 4, flings to the end zone. There's that man again. You know, you're just going to look at a field goal to force overtime. Allen firing on the run. Tough opportunity. He is in business. Henry's dancing.
And we might see some ice, baby. Please let there be some ice.
To force overtime. I don't know. Oh, man. It sneaks in there.
This has just been everything that I thought it would be. This is an unbelievable game. And it has so much right on. He might have a chance to get out of there.
Come on. Come on. Mostert, are you kidding? Are you kidding? That's how it ends. That's how it ends.
Welcome back to the Madden NFL 20 Bowl, and you see a much calmer Decroft with the cap off of his POV cam as he gets ready to face Clef the God in our first semifinal. Does Decroft have another moment like the one he had against Henry up his sleeve? And as we push to our first match, a reminder, all of our games at the Madden Bowl are played inside Pizza Hut Stadium. This has become a familiar sight during our Madden Majors as part of the deal EA and Pizza Hut signed prior to the start of the season. The groundbreaking agreement was the first ever naming rights deal for a virtual stadium. Now let's break some more ground with our first semifinal match of the day. It's Clef the God and Decroft. The winner moves one step closer to a total payout of $65 grand. And for the call, we bring in for the first time veteran broadcaster Josh Lewin and 3-time major winner Michael Skimbo.
Evan, thank you very much. It is a great way to start our day, and Michael Skimbo indeed has hogged 3 of the 17 belts that have ever been handed out in the Madden universe. These guys here, Clef and Decroft, they have not won a belt yet. Their defense has been so strong so far in this tournament. Skimbo, is that going to have to be the case again today?
Absolutely. Defense has been a key all tournament for both these guys. However, in my opinion, they have 2 of the best offenses in the game and in this tournament. So this is going to be a great game, and it's just going to come down to who executes better, in my opinion, on the offensive side.
You know, 8 players took the field yesterday. Nobody scored more than 1 touchdown. Clef came close. Clef did win. He moved on. He's a fun guy to watch. He just turned 24 years old. Loves those Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but hey, this is Madden. This is MUT salary cap, so you don't have the luxury of getting that Tampa Bay team loaded up. What do you like about Clef the God?
Yeah, Clef, you're going to get really behind this guy. He's got a lot of passion. When the going gets tough, he really gets going. He can dig deep. He has that next level. But on offense, really look for him to throw that ball around in that shotgun bunch. It's very, pretty well known. But however, with Decroft on defense, he has played great defense versus that offense. He has this match concept, and he has this player named Frank Clark that just gets absolutely busy on the defensive side.
Decroft loves those Seattle Seahawks, but young Kiv, another player in the tournament, grabbed him first, so he goes Cincinnati Bengals because of his love of Joe Mixon. That ball actually bouncing out of bounds. Joe Mixon loves him right back. We'll talk more about that. A lot of people love this guy, Dwayne Wood, a.k.a. Clef the God. Great ladder record, obviously, 84 and 10. Gunning for that first belt. He's been close. Here are the abilities for him.
So this is Madden 20. Brand new to Madden is these abilities. First, I'm going to start with this Michael Vick. He's got this escape artist, hot route master identifier, agile extender. That escape artist is going to be huge. Look for him to really get busy with his legs. With these wide receivers coming up, he's going to have this Torrey Holt. He's going to have this John Ross. These abilities to help the route running and catching and in traffic. It's going to be huge for him. And on defense, all he has is that Ed Reed secure tackler, which is still huge. He's going to be able to wrap up. And on offense, he's going to be running that West Coast bunch. And on defense, the Miami Dolphins.
Up against 19-year-old Daniel Mycroft, who yesterday survived Madden Challenge champion Noah 10-3 to win 10 grand. So up and up he comes in the community. Let's check out his abilities. What do you like, Skimp?
Well, this Aaron Rodgers, not only does he have these abilities, escape artist, fearless identifier, the reason why he chooses him is because he has one of the fastest releases in the game. So that Aaron Rodgers is going to be able to get that ball out of his hand quick. He's got this John Ross with a slot apprentice to run 4 additional routes. The big thing you need to pay attention to is this center. He's going to be able to help him by a lot of time, and that Frank Clark. That Frank Clark's got to be big for him today on defense. And with his playbooks, he's going to be running the New England Patriots. It's very unique. It's something special. He does. And then on defense, the Green Bay Packers.
All right, let's Madden. And you look at the countenance of young Daniel Mycroft. He looks like British royalty, doesn't he? But he can go from British royalty to Lil Wayne in about a second and a half. I mean, this guy can absolutely get excited. We saw that a couple times yesterday. Clef has been pretty chill. And we mentioned even though he loves those Tampa Bay Bucks, loyalty is out the window. You build the perfect roster. You don't have time to mess around with loyalty. He's got the defense set. And the first run is CJ2K. Chris Johnson trying to escape, gets just 1 yard.
You know, very safe call in the first play game from D. Croft. Maybe it's nerves. Maybe he saw something he liked. He likes to air the ball out. He will mix in the run. He has a running back. However, he really loves to pass the ball out of this formation for the majority of the game.
Chris Johnson's been such a great card to play in Madden this year. CJ2K is from Orlando, just like EA Sports. And Tyreek Hill on the field here. He's slot to the left and in motion now. Both these guys will look to put it in the air today. And sure enough, here's Aaron Rodgers trying to step into one. He'll take off. He'll get the first down. He'll slide past the 40-yard line.
Wow, that's next level pocket by D. Croft. Clef tried to send the hounds at him and get some pressure. We haven't seen a lot of people try to blitz D. Croft early. Clef comes out. D. Croft steps up and uses that escape artist ability with Aaron Rodgers to pick up about 12 to 14 yards.
D. Croft, the big Seahawks fan. Weird that he's got Aaron Rodgers as his QB, but it's been working for him all tournament. Again, he'll tuck it, he'll slide, and a second and short coming up.
You guys just at home, watch this center with that star around it. He's going to make his whole entire offensive line better. They're going to be able to hold blocks a lot better when people are blocked. However, if the heat comes in and you can't block it, too bad. But if they block someone, they're going to be able to hold it for a long period of time.
D. Croft, undefeated run in the last chance qualifying event. He beat 4 club champions, and then Jay Wall, a great player, twice along the way. This one ladled out. Mostert's got it. And we need to point this out. Clef the God actually knows Mostert pretty well. He's best friends with Raheem Mostert's brother. They grew up together, New Smyrna Beach High School. So isn't that something? Clef the God has got to defend Mostert today, even though Mostert is one of his guys in real life.
That's awesome. And look at him. He's disguising a blitz every time. Look how many people are lined up at the line of scrimmage for the defensive side. He's showing blitz every time, but watch, sometimes those slot corners drop back and sometimes they come.
Towards the end zone. Got his man, Tyreek Hill.
What a play. I'm telling you, when you go against this formation of D. Croft, you don't get a lot of reps versus it. And that was just a simple corner route, and there was a broken coverage over the top. Great read by D. Croft. What a drive by D. Croft to start this game.
Clef has a history of slow starts in this tournament, right? And sure enough, here he is, down 7-0, almost right away. Yes, that's Kellen Winslow bringing it back. Talk more about that in a bit. But first, our Snickers replay of the touchdown going 26 yards.
As you see, just a broken coverage on the right side. There was no zone over there. Clef with his user tried to make up ground, but couldn't get there in time. Easy read for D. Croft. And you see the emotion. This is the getting to the finals. This is such a big game.
Oh, D. Croft yesterday tweeted out the word finish, just one word, finish, right? Meaning I'm so close, I just got to keep on going here. But Clef the God, I think very similarly, he tweeted out yesterday, we ain't done yet. And he is a guy that, let's face it, Skimbo, started out 1-2 in group play. To be down like that and come back and get this close already, that's pretty big.
But, you know, I've always said this, and people don't like it. It is true in sports with the, NCAA March Madness. When it's single elimination, some people just fold. And when Clef got out of groups and went to that single elimination, he rises. He rises to the occasion. He barely got out of groups, but you knew once he got single elims, he was going to make a run like this.
Now he has revved the motor now, and he's got Michael Vick loaded with abilities here. Agile extender, escape artist, hot route master, identifier. So that's one of the best Madden players ever, and he is piled high with treats here. #1 pick of the 2001 draft, Michael Vick. And the lefty looking. With time, flings it. Kellen Winslow's been a big player for a lot of guys in this tournament. Move those chains.
If you're at home, really pay attention to these route combinations Clef has going if he shows it. He's using that hot route master by Vic. That means he can put any wide receiver tight end on any route on the field. He's looking for flood concepts along with bomb post.
Jalen Samuels, his running back, seldom ever needs to use him. You can always run with Vic, although that time D. Croft was ready.
He needs to be careful. This is Madden 20. And if you've played Madden 20, you know if you take off with your quarterback and you get beyond that line of scrimmage, there's a high chance you can fumble. If you want some advice, play on conservative if you're tired of your quarterback fumbling.
D. Croft trying to be the latest teenager to make it into the final round. There's been a real run of that in Madden play over the last several tournaments. Michael Vick back for 24-year-old Clef the God. And he'll just fire it out of bounds, 3rd and 9. That D. Croft defense all tournament, Skimbo, has been great.
Well, he's running this match coverage, and that's just his corners are in zone, but if someone runs across their face and there's no responsibility, they're just going to man up. But watch this DT, Frank Clark, with that star on him. Just take a look at what he does on this play. He's going to be fighting like crazy with that power specialist to get after Michael Vick.
D. Croft added to him just for this tournament, but Vick finds the seam. He'll take off and get that first down and more. That's a nifty little run for Clef the God.
It's great way to step up in the pocket, escape with that escape artist, and get a bunch of yards. That's the benefit of using Vick over an Aaron Rodgers. That Vick has 99 speed, while that Aaron Rodgers is not even close to that.
Late first quarter, and again a reminder yesterday, there wasn't a single player that took the field here. 8 players total that scored more than 1 touchdown. In fact, 4 games yesterday, Skim, we saw 6 touchdowns in 4 games. The average score yesterday in a very defensive themed Madden right now was 12-7. Looking for 7 here. Number 7, Michael Vick.
Oh my
Firing,
God.
that is going to be, oh, right on that sideline. How are they calling it is the question. Incomplete.
Incomplete. It's been the knock on Clef. He has good drives, but when he gets in the red zone, he forces. He wants, you know, it's are big, but you cannot force a pick. He's done this in numerous games. When you get down here, he has to play smarter.
Yeah, Clef has turned it over 5 times in this tournament already. And again, not only did he start 1-2, one of those losses was 31-3. That to Noah, the guy that knocked him out in the finals of a tournament played just a few months ago. From the 19, Michael Vick in trouble. And taking off. And finding some room, getting close to that first down make. Good stick work there from Clef.
Yeah, but he might have had a touchdown in that corner on the left rolling out. I believe if this is not a single elimination, go to the finals, and this was just a regular game playing with your boys, he would have made that throw in the corner of the end zone. But that's what I'm talking about. Now he's trying to play safe and just taking what's there, and this is a manageable 3rd and 2.
Clef's got a great offensive mind. He played at Fullerton College in California. Former Tampa Bay quarterback Steve DeBerg, way back in the day, came out of there. DeBerg, a quarterback for the Bucs in the mid-'80s. Not quite as good as the guy they got coming in. Vick looking, gets the block, takes off, first down, and goal to go.
And you can see Michael Vick is red, so he's going to take his sweet time calling a play. But the big thing about both these players' drive is how well they've stepped up in and out of the pocket. And Michael Vick has been the best player for him, and then for D. Croft, obviously, it's been Aaron Rodgers.
D. Croft has had that retina-burning defense all tournament, but he can't stop Kellen Winslow on the plunge, using the tight end for the touchdown.
You know, outside one bad read by Clef, you know, he shook it off. You know, he just kept driving. You know, a lot of people like D. Croft probably feels like he got a little unlucky, but you have to lock back in. You can't let one drop pick get to you. You know, there's numerous downs, and Clef took advantage of that, and he scored 7 on that drive.
And Skimbo, you called it. 2 guys that are very good with the stick, 2 guys that know how to run an offense. I mean, we talked about the average game yesterday being 12-7. We're on pace to see 28-28 and go on OT right now.
Yeah, and this Madden's so different with this chew clock feature. And old Maddens, this would probably be only about the 2-minute, 2:30 mark, but there's a continuous chew clock after plays. So these games will go by very quick.
Patriots offensive playbook for D. Croft, something that my partner Michael Skimbo knows very well, helping him to 3 belts. Rodgers will just fire out of bounds. And I guess with that Patriots look, a lot of gun you trips, right? That's not a real popular thing in the meta right now, but D. Croft likes it, and he does it very well.
The meta and competitive Madden for the last 4 to 5 years have been what Clef's running, that shotgun bunch. And the reason why I believe D. Croft's making such a great run is everything's just so unique. The formation, the motions, the route combos, you just don't see it every day.
Late first quarter, and Rodgers back. Fans it out to Tyreek Hill with the first down.
This is what I'm talking about. He's motioning people in that brings these corners in and leaving out routes, corner routes just wide open.
So well prepared as D. Croft, too. You know, he ended his interview with us at 4 Pacific time yesterday and was prepping for Clef the God at 4:03, pausing only to tweet that one time about how he's got to finish. If he wins this game, he's got a touchdown or beat. No, it's taken away by Sweet Feet Denzel Ward as Clef the God jumps in on him.
He had it right, and you can see he's
so back now goes D. Croft on defense in a 7-7 tie underway in the second quarter. And Vick getting harassed, going backwards and firing out of bounds. Michael Vick, and we'll get back to Michael Skimbo momentarily. Here is the guy that'll try to get Clef the God downfield and into a final. And it's funny seeing Michael Vick as a Tampa Bay Buccaneer, isn't it? Tampa Bay hasn't always had the best QB. They got a great one coming in. That ball knocked away. And there's D. Croft making some noise again. If you go way back, 76, 77, when Tampa Bay was first to franchise in those creamsicle colored uniforms with Buccaneer Bruce on the helmet. You know, they started their existence 0-26. They were shut out 11 times. They did not have a quarterback. But here is Michael Vick running this offense for Clef the God. Their first 6 home games in 77, they had 3 points total to those Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Amazing. Had a quarterback named Randy Hedberg who had no touchdowns and 10 picks. 25 for 90. Timeout taken here. We're working through some technical issues to get 3-time belt winner Michael Skimbo back with us. My name's Josh Lewin. Thanks very much for joining us. And what a tournament we've had. Again, a very defensive themed tournament so far. About to award the 18th belt ever in Madden play. And my boy Skimbo's got 3 of them. Won 3 in a 6-event period at one point, basically in a year and a half. So on a 3rd down and 10, remember Clef is a guy who's built to throw. And he will throw. A dart to Torrey Holt to move the chains. That's been a big player for a lot of people in this tournament, specifically for Clef. 24 catches for Torrey Holt in 4 games of group play coming in. And the 7-time Pro Bowler who retired with the 10th most receiving yards in NFL history. That's a key card to have now. That's a big first down pickup. Still 4:15 to go in this second quarter. Our next game, you're going to be watching a Pavin and Joke. That's a rematch of a game that was played just about a week ago that went right down to the wire. Pocket collapsing, and Michael Vick is down. There's that Frank Clark. Skimbo was talking about him. By the way, we're going to have a two-time belt winner join us in just a moment. Serious Mo will jump in and pick up some of the color commentary for us. But that Frank Clark card being used by essentially half the field of 16 as this tournament began. And it seems like every single player that's used that Frank Clark, some dividends have been paid off. And down goes Vic again. There's Clark one more time. And Mo, we're talking about Clark. We're talking about defense. D. Croft knows how to use that defensive stick.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And that Frank Clark is so good, man. He's getting to that quarterback. And he's more than anything, he's collapsing that pocket. It's making it to where he can't roll out with that Michael Vick. So he's having to stay stationary, and it's causing a bunch of trouble. And you see it right here again.
4th and forever. And, you know, you talk about the adjustment that was made coming out of the LCQs. Frank Clark was not on D. Croft's team, but he picked him up almost immediately. Picked up Ed Reed as well. That's pretty good. What a tremendous addition here as we stay tied up for now. Tyreek Hill lassoed around the 30-yard line. So, Mo, since you're just kind of jumping on now, what have you seen from your seat? I mean, D. Croft looks very cool, very comfortable right now.
Yeah, I think that they both had really great offensive drives that first drive, but D. Croft looks really, really locked in on defense. You know, I could see that being some trouble for Clef going forward.
Once again, takes off with Aaron Rodgers. And it's weird to think that with Chris Johnson and Raheem Mostert in the backfield, there's still a lot of pass with Aaron Rodgers. Is that the right thing to be doing here?
Yeah, I think that's how he's built his team. All year long, he's used that halfback split out at tight end. There's a little package you can do to sneak him in there. So I think he just likes the extra speed to have at tight end. You know, they're almost like decoys, you know, and it gives him the flexibility to run the ball if he absolutely has to.
2-minute warning in this first half. Again, coming up next, it'll be Pavin and Joke. Joke beat Drini yesterday 12-7. Joke's going to run it all day long. In this tournament, no passes, 99 runs for Joke. Pavin, meantime, will be flinging it all around. In this one, it's exactly what we thought. Even Steven, two great young players here. And Rodgers will swerve and fling it out of bounds, 3rd and 4.
And that was a great lurk there by Clef. You know, he took his user, and it looked like his player was going to defend the streak, but he realized it wasn't going to, and he just ran back there himself. And I think D. Croft wanted to throw the streak so bad, he almost forgot about everybody else on the field.
You see that Denzel Ward being brought up here. Yeah, I got that. Unleash the Hounds look right now, doesn't he? And Clef the God, who's actually an offensive mind first. Yeah, he's got Ed Reed dropping back now, too. Son of an offensive coordinator, but trying to play defense here. They go underneath. Boy, and a catch that had to be scraped right off the ground there, but they get it done to move the chains.
Yeah, I didn't love the way that looked at all coming out of Aaron Rodgers' hand. It actually looked like Clef was going to have enough time to make a play right there. But, you know, Aaron Rodgers has that great release, and I think that saved him right there.
Tyreek Hill and Kellen Winslow have traded touchdowns in this one. Josh Lewin, Serious Mo along with you, efforting to get Michael Skimbo back as well. Rodgers, and again, just that hoisted out of bounds thing because the pressure was coming in from Clef.
You know, I love the way Clef is adjusting on defense. You know, that, like I said, that first drive out of D. Croft, it was flawless. I don't think he threw an incomplete pass. Now you're seeing him force D. Croft to throw the ball away a few times, kind of get repetitive on offense, and that's working to Clef's advantage.
You take a shot downfield, go over the top. Gonna try.
That's what he's doing.
Got a shot at it. He's in the end zone, but he can't hang on. John Ross.
And we've heard Skimbo
almost.
Skimbo preached all week. You know, he would really like to see D. Croft with some more abilities on his receivers, and that right there cost him. That was 7 points if he has that streak specialist.
He's got the cross specialist on Ross, but nothing else. That one tipped. That one pick should have been picked.
And Josh, I'm going to tell you right now, that would have been for 6 if he would have got his hands on that ball. That's Denzel Ward, 99 speed. Nobody on the offense was going to catch him, and I cannot believe he dropped that.
Now, both these guys have talked a lot already. We anticipated that. And again, because we're all sheltered at home, I mean, they're an audience of one. They're talking to themselves. This ball punted into the end zone. So here we go, 90 seconds left in the half. How are you firing this up, Mo? If you were the man on offense now, what are you looking at?
You got to have one good play. If you have one good play, almost guarantees you're going to have the last drive of the half. But right there, we just seen a huge, crucial mental mistake by Deecroft. He actually had 6-mile-an-hour wind going with him, so he would have been able to make that field goal. I can't believe he didn't elect to kick the field goal.
Probably just trying to pin him at the 1, but instead it went wobbling into the end zone. And another, oh, the ball came loose that time with Shaq Griffin coming in.
Yeah, and Clef is putting his tight end on this check and release route, and it seems like he's not able to get him off the double team. You know, when your tight end's getting double teamed, it's really hard for him to release. And it looks like if he is able to release, he's going to have some big yardage, but he's just not able to, and that's why you've seen that sack fumble right there. Luckily for Clef, he maintained possession.
Well, Deecroft couldn't punt it inside the 10, but with that last play, it is now back at the 10 on a 2nd and 20. Semi-final action here. Madden Bowl. And again, you've got Pavin and Joke coming up next. Vic is back. And escapes. Boy, bumped into his own man. Trading paint and going upfield. Oh, and he's got that stick working to get near the first down.
I don't like the timeout. I don't like the timeout at all. He had a really good opportunity right there where he was going to force Deecroft to not use a timeout. I think it's going to be way too hard to get points in this position. I think he should have just taken it to half, get the ball back at half. You're still in control of the game. I don't love this timeout at all. More bad than good can happen here.
There's already been a pick in this first half. Teams trading touchdowns early. Tyreek Hill for Deecroft, Kellen Winslow for Clef the God. Wide open year, said Clef right at the top of this tournament. Expect the unexpected. There's no clear favorite. In fact, there's no one undefeated in this tournament. Whoever wins this thing is going to have at least one loss. In fact, Clef already has 2. And remarkably made it out of group play, going 1-2. He needed Scheming to go 0-3, and that's exactly what happened.
And, you know, that's the beautiful thing about group stage. It's kind of like a second life. You can afford to play a bad game. I think Clef's going to take a shot right here.
Now he's going to take a sack is what he's going to take right here. The twin 55s, Clark and Baker, both making noise. So now 4th and 9.
You know, that's the 5th sack already for Deecroft in only the first half. You know, these are only 5-minute quarter games. So to have 5 sacks in the first half, this game, your defensive game plan is going exactly how you want it to.
Deecroft had an 8-sack game a couple days ago. Sometimes Clef does have a tough time protecting, even though he's got that agile Michael Vick. Hill blasted on the sidelines.
And Deecroft's a really safe player. I don't expect him to even pass the ball here. I would expect to see a run or maybe even a kneel, and we're just going to take this thing to half.
Good call. There's CJ2K. He'll get mashed from behind by Merton Hanks. And they'll let that clock run and run and run right to halftime. 7-7 tie. And Mo, just like we said, defense is kind of carrying everybody in this tournament. No surprise that it's 7-7 here.
Yeah, but after those first 2 drives, it looked like we were going to see fireworks in this game. But these guys have kind of settled in on defense, making some adjustments. And for Deecroft, Frank Clark is going nuts.
Now, speaking of going nuts, both these guys, when they're wired for sound, they can bring it a little bit. A 7-7 score at half. But if you want to hear what they sound like in the comfort of their own rooms, let's audible at home.
Hey! Oh my God! Pick the ball! D, baby! Come on, Denzel! That's why you there, 99, baby! Pick it! Oh my God! Pick the ball! Pick! Let's go! Oh! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Clef the God doesn't have a belt yet, Serious Mo, but look at this win percentage. It's the best. He's basically 4 out of 5 in the win column. He's on top.
Yeah, and that honestly, seeing that win percentage doesn't surprise me at all. You know, he's one of the best players every year, and you know, he kind of has that fear factor. And what I mean when I say that is, you don't want to play this guy. You know what I mean? This guy puts in a lot of reps. He plays probably more games online than anybody. And, you know, he's an extremely emotional player. He strikes a little bit of fear in his opponents. So seeing that win percentage doesn't surprise me at all. The only thing that would surprise me is him not having that belt yet.
Oh, he talked about Joke not having one yet. He's been at it a lot longer than Clef. Clef is kind of a rising star here, and everybody in the community seems to think it's just a matter of time. Is this his time today? He is out of time here with Michael Vick. Again, D. Croft with the defense.
Yeah, and we're seeing that check and release route, and it's wide open. There's nobody in the middle of the field, so that Kellen Winslow, if he's able to get off that block, he's going to have a wide open streak up the field, but he's just not able to. And I feel like Clef's kind of getting in a habit of staring him down, and, you know, it's making him miss some reads, and I think he's depending on that check and release route just a little bit too much.
Only one big play in his win yesterday. He went deep and scored. He's going to fan this one out to Kellen Winslow to get some of those yards back. He had that 70-yard bomb to John Ross yesterday. We got to shout out John Ross, former member of Snoop Dogg's All-Star Pee Wee League. And, of course, Snoop is such a friend of Madden, plays it so often. He's done a lot of work with us. And I guess the question is, can Clef get John Ross or Cribbs or Torrey Holt? Can he get anybody free downfield?
As strange as it sounds, that Kellen Winslow is probably the second worst offensive player on the team behind that Jalen Samuels. But I think he's going to have to be the key to this game. That's who he's going to have to be getting open.
No one open yet, and Vick left it on the carpet. Clark picks it up. Frank the Tank, he's going to the crib.
And that Frank Clark, he's not going to stop this game. As you can see, he's just going nuts. Another sack for him, and this time he goes ahead and picks it up for 6.
Sack number 7. And 7 points totally here. D. Croft, we mentioned it, Mo. He didn't have Frank Clark in that LCQ round. He kind of looked around, sniffed around, and said, you know what? I got to have this guy. And he has been the man of the match. Go back to that last play. What do you see?
I just see this. First of all, that's great stick work by. He could have easily blitzed with Shazier with his user. Instead, he elected to just wait. You know, he didn't want to let Mike Vick have some space crossing the line of scrimmage. Just waited for the defense to get there. He gets a sack. Luckily for him, he also gets the fumble. And Frank Clark, nobody in front of him, just a walk-in touchdown.
You'd never know that D. Croft is the mild-mannered son of an expatriated Englishman when you watch those replays. He's the most polite kid you'd ever want to talk to. 23 hours and 30 minutes out of the day. But these 30 minutes of Madden, he is a tiger. Vick underneath. There's Torrey Holt for Clef. And some good yardage there.
And I like to see Clef send that tight end out instead of leaving him in to block on that check and release. I think you got to mix it up. I think if you put him on that flat route, you force D. Croft to respect him. You're going to open up some of your wide receivers that are able to make bigger plays down the field.
Now, I got to bring this up, Mo. There was a game not too long ago where D. Croft seemed to be very much under control. He was up 14-0 against Rage. All of a sudden, there he was losing 24-21. Has he learned from that? He doesn't seem like the kind of guy that's going to let this one get away from him right now.
I think absolutely he's learned from that. And, you know, luckily for him, it didn't really cost him anything in the tournament. He was still the 1 seed in his group. So he probably didn't think about it too much, honestly. I think the biggest takeaway from that game is he went back and he was able to lab against that defense that Rage was running. And, you know, we've seen other opponents try to mimic that defense that Rage used against him, and it just hasn't worked out for them.
That was a crazy game. D. Croft had a 99-yard touchdown to Marquise Brown. Winslow, again, being used to tote it instead of catch it. And that's not been a bad play, actually, for Clef.
Yeah, and, you know, the one problem with this drive is after Clef took that fumble for 6, he fumbles for 6, his guys have still been tired, so he hasn't been able to get them back to fully energized. And that's why we're seeing him run the ball with that Kellen Winslow rather than just drop back and pass every play.
And again, you know, part of the chess match with Madden, you've got a roster to build here. You've got abilities to either stick on the guys or not. And it's your own stick work. And I don't know how you feel about it, Mo, which of those 3 is the most important element. But these guys blend all of those things so well. As Vick gets close to a first down, I know it's an unfair question, but if you only had one of those, great roster, great abilities, or great stick work, Which one of those are you taking?
You know, for me, I've always had great stick work. I haven't been able to build a very good roster. My scheme's never been the best. So maybe I'm a little bit biased, but I think stick work normally prevails in the end. But for these guys, it's definitely all about the scheme.
Well, right there was scheme and stick on defense for Decroft. Here's a huge 3rd and 1 coming up for Clef.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen that fullback dive work for him, so I don't mind the call at all. But you know, this is where it gets tough. You have to convert right here, or you may have to kick a field goal.
Just don't take a sack, right? Because you need at least those 3 points.
And I don't like this route combination. He's sending everybody down the field. Maybe Kellen Winslow on this flat route will get open, but I do not see he's sending everybody out.
Vick takes off. Did they get the first down or not? He's right on the stripe. It's 4th and inches.
This is scary. You know, Clef doesn't want to go to that fullback dive and see it get blown up again. So we're going to see a pass right here on 4th and inches, as crazy as that sounds. I know in the NFL a lot, we'll see a goal line package right here, 2 tight ends, 3 tight ends, but we're going to see him drop back and pass.
You don't think about taking the points and trusting your defense? You like going for it?
Oh, my God.
Oh, he threaded the needle. You got to like it now. Torrey Holt barely able to grab it.
And I actually like Decroft's decision to go with a slot right there. It looked like Shazier was just a little bit too far behind it. Oh, so close to just taking complete control of this game.
Remember, Clef, the son of an offensive coordinator. Great offensive mind. He's got Michael Vick stepping out of it, and Michael Vick will slide past the 10-yard line. That's a heck of a way to get through 3 quarters. You got Clef on the move against Decroft. The winner of this game has a spot in the final. We got a big 4th quarter coming up. 14-7 now. We'll step aside for our viewers on ESPN2. When we come back, the last 5 minutes with Clef and Decroft. And for those of you that are still with us on Twitch and YouTube, time for the 4th quarter presented by Creamy Snickers. You're not smooth when you're hungry.
Oh, no, don't pressure me.
This party's garbage.
That bad, huh?
It is that bad. It's like a bag of zeros.
Try this creamy Snickers. You could use a little smoothness.
Is that one of the zeros?
Get smooth with the fresh ground nut butters and creamy Snickers.
For those of you watching us on Twitch, make sure your EA account is linked to your Twitch account for a chance at a 95 overall Gronk. And if you tune in for an hour today of the Madden Bowl, you'll get a random 98-99 overall player from the top 5 of the NFL draft class of 2020. Semi-final action at Decroft, 19 years old, trying to move on against Clef the God, who is on the move right now. Josh Lewin, 2-time belt winner, Serious Mo with us, hoping to get Michael Skimbo back as well. So Clef has found a little bit here, Mo. He's taken it down to the 8-yard line. You're in this close. What kind of things are you calling?
I think on 2nd down, we're probably going to see him go with the fullback dive, and if it gets some positive yards, I wouldn't be surprised to see a no huddle, you know, trying to just squeeze it in. But if you get in a passing situation, we're probably going to see a mesh post concept with the running back out on a wheel route. But he wants to get yards right here on this fullback dive.
Well, trying it with Kellen Winslow, he needed only inches. He didn't get him. 3rd down coming up.
We're going to see another fullback dive.
That was Daniil Hunter that shot the gap last time. That Decroft defense has been one of the stories of this tournament. And here we are in the 4th quarter of our first semifinal. Winslow with a push. Are they going to give him those yards or those inches?
I think
and the answer is yes.
But the problem was, you know, that wasn't a very good run, though. You just barely got the inch, so you're kind of afraid to run it again. You're going to have to drop back and pass. This is where it gets really scary. This is where a lot of players that run this gun bunch formation make a lot of mistakes.
We talked about the football background for Clef the God. Dwayne Wood played at Benedictine College and Fullerton College before getting hurt. This is how he competes now. He's a Madden professional. Was an assistant coach at his high school. Now he's doing this full time. And with time, Michael Vick. Buying time and getting to the 5.
That was such a great play there by Clef. It honestly probably should have been a touchdown, but Kellen Winslow just misses the block on the cornerback. But Clef buying so much time with that Michael Vick. I thought for sure he was going to have to throw the ball away. Ends up getting 4 yards. Probably should have been a touchdown. You know, you got to love that from Clef. That 4 yards is so big. It makes it so much easier to get 7. He's still going to have to drop back and pass the ball. That's the only scary part. The field is shrunk so small.
Pass game has been in airplane mode all day for Clef. What does he have here? He's got nothing. He's thrown down yet again.
And, you know, that Jalen Samuels just isn't a good enough running back to get open on that wheel route. He's not going to beat that man coverage. So Clef's going to have to make a hot read to Josh Cribbs or John Ross or Torrey Holt. You know, that you can almost count out the tight end and running back on right here.
Yeah, Clef's a baller on a budget when it comes to running backs and tight ends. He's got to get these wide receivers involved. That's Ross to the right, Cribbs to the left with a flag down.
Free play.
Yeah, but it's knocked down.
Let me get the free play.
Yeah, you wanted more than that on a free play.
Offsides. I did not touch that guy. That is literally a CPU offsides that the game made me go offsides on. I want that reviewed. I literally did not touch him.
Do you hear D. Croft there?
Yeah, he doesn't have much of a fighting argument here. I mean, your guy's offsides. Clef would have never just thrown that ball. Your guy's offsides is a free play. Everybody knows that. Everybody's going to take advantage of that. So, you know, he's going to argue, but I wouldn't be. We're going to see a 3rd and 4 from the 4-yard line.
Why? I never touched him. All right.
League ops monitoring you here through video conferencing. So even though we're all sheltered at home, there is a conversation going on now to determine if D. Croft really does have an argument to advance.
Well, you know, it's at best for D. Croft, it's going to be 4th and goal from the 8. You know, I don't really like these stoppages. You know, I mean, we're in the 4th quarter with 3 minutes left, up by 7. You know, the game's too tight for us to be pausing the game. I think we got to play on here.
Go back to D. Croft against Young Kiv in a memorable game from several months ago. There was a reset, and D. Croft kind of stumbled out of it. That game ended up going overtime. It's a short break this time, and it is a 3rd and goal for now at the 4-yard line. First of our 2 semifinals, Madden Bowl. And thanks again for jumping in and joining us here.
Oh
Michael Vick
God,
to the end zone. Almost
Hey.
picked. That would have been ball game.
Clef needed to wait just another second. That's going to be a touchdown.
Yo,
I actually love the play
time,
call.
kid.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him go back to it.
And again, you don't take the points and trust your D, right? You're going for the tie here. You're okay with that?
You know, I wouldn't mind kicking the field goal here just because even if you don't get it, you have your opponent trapped down at the 4-yard line. But, you know, the Clef feels like he's not comfortable giving the ball back, so he's got to go get 7 here. And I don't mind the call either way.
Here we go, Michael Vick.
Let's go!
To the end zone, and no!
And that's as unlucky as in Madden as you can get. That was a wide open pass. Clef is beside himself right now.
Boy, that ball just went whistling right towards the hands of a guy standing in the back of the end zone. The next thing you know, it's ball turned over on downs. Now, 2:49 to go, 3 timeouts left in the 2-minute warning. You make a stop here, I think Clef is still in pretty good shape. Mostert trying to turn the corner. And again, Mostert, a guy that Clef actually knows very well. They went to the same high school, good buds. But Raheem Mostert is running it for D. Croft. That was the guy that returned to kick for D. Croft to get him this far.
And I don't love the timeout there by Clef. If D. Croft play lasts for longer than 5 seconds, that timeout there was no point in calling it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Clef send 7 people here right here.
Rodgers setting his feet. Looking for a 93-yard bomb. Marquise Brown, Hollywood, touchdown!
I'll take the bang. Get up now, kid.
Amazing. He had a 99-yarder to Hollywood earlier in this tournament and lost that game. Here's 93 yards, and that could be the dagger.
Yeah, it looked like Clef tried to do a little bit too much right there on defense. And, you know, you can't blame him. The game's winding down. There's only 3 minutes left, so it is what it is. Just a great play there by Decroft.
The defense has carried him, but here's some offense, Mo.
Yeah, he sent a little bit of pressure, but it wasn't going to get there. Only sent 4 guys. Decroft had all day, left 7 in, max protect, and the streak just wide open. No coverage there at all.
Hooray for Hollywood. 21-7 game, and there's so much speed on that team for Decroft. Guys that ran at sub 4.3 40s at the NFL Combine all over his roster. Vic to the sidelines here for Torrey Holt. I mean, you got Chris Johnson as one of your running backs. You've got Ross and Hill and Brown at receiver. So it's a good team. It's a fast team for Decroft. Fast on defense, too. And again, that's been part of why he's been able to go up the way he's gone up today.
Yeah, and you know, the speed kills. Everybody knows that, especially in Madden. And if Clef wants to have any fighting chance in this game, he's going to have to try to score before this 2-minute warning.
You know, it's funny, Mo. I go back to a cast that you were on not too long ago, the club championship game for the Seahawks. Decroft said he heard you say out loud that he needed to be more aggressive. There's an aggressive throw and a good catch right there on the sidelines. But how aggressive was Decroft moments ago, airing it out from the shadow of his end zone, 93 yards.
It's about as aggressive as you're going to get. Oh, he had the corner route.
Oh, he did. And Winslow cutting inside to the 2-minute warning now. It's a 2nd and 2 coming up.
Clef's going to have to score quick. He only has 2 timeouts.
Yeah, and onside kicks, by the way, not that recoverable. I mean, we're talking about a 1% chance in Madden this year. Very important to keep some timeouts and obviously punch it in the end zone ASAP. Only 1 touchdown so far for Clef, and once again he is dragged down. We're getting close to 10 sacks here for Decroft.
Yeah, and it's not looking good for Clef. The time just keeps ticking. He's going to have to score on this play probably to have any real chance in this game.
Remember, Decroft had to win the last chance qualifier just to be here. He's 118 away from a title game. And Holt forced out of bounds. I mean, Mo, with Decroft, we're talking about a guy who's 50th, 5-0 in this year's standings. Not only does he have a seat at the table, I mean, he could be right on into the finals here in short order.
Yeah, Decroft has been the most impressive player so far. He's dominated on both sides of the ball throughout this entire tournament.
Well, I talk about last chances. This is kind of it for Clef the God. Got to score very quickly now. Again, next up, Pavin against Joke.
Hey, let's go.
Vic in trouble. There's sack number 10. You go double digits. Half of those, literally, to number 55, double nickels, Frank Clark. And another one. Just keep hunting them down.
Yeah, and it's going to be really tough for Clef. He only has 30 seconds, and he's got to get an onside kick, score 2 touchdowns. And the story of the game has been this defensive line for Decroft, just getting in the backfield every single play.
Yeah, sacks are 11-0 in favor of Decroft.
Come on!
Do we hear 12? Michael Vick is down, and we are down to 30 seconds left. Very exciting times, obviously, for Decroft as we continue to tout the young guns in Madden. 5 of the last 6 tournaments, there has been a teenager in a final game, and it sure looks like we're going to add to that. 19-year-old Daniel Mycroft. If he makes this stop, he wins. All day, Michael Vick on the run towards the end zone. Toe tap, touchdown. He's not dead yet. Clef the God scores.
We have one last chance at it. Problem is he has no timeout, so even if he's able to get this onside back, probably going to be one play for the game.
And we haven't seen a recovery of an onside kick in Madden in tournament play. All it takes is one, though, right? I mean, this is it for Clef. Thumped on the ground. Laquan Treadwell locks it up for Decroft. And Decroft, who kept saying just win the next one when he was winning a couple days ago, he'll get a next one. He is on to the finals, and Serious Mo, even though Clef was very, very good, he just couldn't shake that great defense of Decroft.
Yeah, there was nothing Clef could do on the offensive side of the ball. You know, I loved what Decroft's game plan was. I think Clef knew what his game plan was. He just wasn't able to execute.
12 sacks for Decroft. Amazing. So now, Pavan and Joke are standing by. They're going to have that next semifinal. One thing we know is that Decroft, Daniel Mycroft, is going to play for a chance at the title. We'll take a break. Come back with a lot more right after this. Can you
Big Dave, closet organizing and jigsaw puzzling? Get Pizza Hut's Big Dinner Box. 2 medium pizzas, breadsticks, and your choice of pasta or wings. Sealed for your safety, all in one box. Choose contactless delivery or new curbside pickup at pizzahut.com.
Oh, no, don't pressure me.
This party's garbage.
That bad, huh?
It is that bad. It's like a bag of zeros.
Try this creamy Snickers. You could use a little smoothness.
Is that one of the zeros?
Get smooth with the fresh ground nut butters and creamy Snickers.
Join NFL stars competing in a special virtual tournament to benefit Feeding America. The Fox Esports Madden NFL Invitational, May 22nd on FS1.
Today I want to use my voice to showcase a real hero, Dr. Evan Shannon.
I want to thank Tracy Thomas, Dr. Josh Hughes, Haley Wickenheiser,
Dr. Mercy,
Savannah Stewart.
Thank you for all that you're doing. Nobody knew this was coming, but you guys stepped up.
The countless hours you spend at the hospital, coming in on your days off.
What she's doing to help other people putting her health at risk and her family, her beloved ones.
When I had the virus, I was a little nervous, a little scared, so just being able to just be there.
Thank you, Henry, for bringing your A game every single day. You cheer for us, I want to cheer for you. So get up, Nicole, let's go!
Let's go. Yeah! Stay strong, Doc.
Can be more proud of having my jersey.
You're the true queen, the real hero.
Thank you. Thank you.
Decroft celebrating winning our first semifinal today over Clef the God in impressive fashion, punching his ticket into his first ever major Madden final. I am Evan Rayner here on our virtual caster desk with one great user and Serious Mo. Serious Mo, you still got the headset on after filling in for Skimbo. Good job, man. What'd you see in that game?
Pretty crazy game, really. We seen Clef at that 4th and goal. You know, to me, that was the game. He had a wide open touchdown. He's just got a really bad animation on that possession catch. Receiver doesn't come down with the ball. Ultimately, I think that decided the game.
User, I got to say this, man. I mean, it's ESPN2. It's your first pick, and you got it wrong to start the day? Come on, man.
Come on, man. You ain't got to come at me at day one like that. Listen, man. What I was betting on, that the moment would be too big for Decroft. You know, I was hoping he would get that fear factor like, I'm playing Coach Gaga. But listen, when he was down on that 4-yard line and he had to drop 96 yards, I don't care what you say. Any Madden player knows that's like looking through a straw. It was no way. He just handled that moment so clutch. I was like, yo, and he threw that bomb like no pressure. And I'm like, yo, that was the biggest play of the game to me right there. Because to be able to come up with that play at that moment, looking down the straw, whew, hey, D. Croft might be ready to win the go.
Let's not get away from the fact that User's 0-1, put the black cloud over his best friend, like I said he would. You know, it's no big deal. I'm 1-0 today, User 0-1. And, you know, D. Croft played phenomenal. I would have liked to see Clef blitz from that 4-yard line because, like User said, it is like looking through a straw. You know, you can see the back of the end zone. You're so worried about getting safetied. And, you know, Clef just didn't send any pressure, and he had all day to make that wide open pass.
All right, User, you know, we've been messing with you, but you still have at least 2 games to turn this around positive. It was D. Croft, though, who took the win over Clef the God, 21-14. This is D. Croft's first career EA Major final, and he's going to face Pavin or Joke as the winner in the final, whoever comes out of that second semifinal. Mo, D. Croft, he needed the LCQ just to get here. Now he's in the final. What did you see about his game that you like?
You know, he's just hot right now. You know, he's playing really smart defensively. I think that Frank Clark was a huge adjustment. And the LCQ, we've seen him with 2 edge threats. He said, you know what, let me get the power specialist and Frank Clark and let him go crazy. You know, he had 6.5 sacks in 1 game, and I think his team had 13. So I think the story is his defense. You know, he's been playing well in offense, you know, managing the clock, scoring when he has to. But to me, it's been his defense throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, man, his defense has been phenomenal, man. He's not making many mistakes. He's keeping everything in front of him. He's trusting Frank Clark to do his job. He's like, I paid all that cap for that power specialist. Do your job. Even when it looked like he should have came up and rushed Vic, he was like, no, I'm going to sit back. I'm going to wait on Frank Clark to do his job. And that really gave Clef fits because Clef is just used to people attacking him. And D. Croft was just patient the whole game. And that's why you saw Clef drive up the field. And when it got to that red zone, he just buttoned them up because there was just no space for him to try to make those dots.
You know, this match was a pass-up between 2 passers. And sometimes it just is easier to get that first score out of the way. Mo, walk us through what happened when D. Croft scored that first touchdown.
You know, I thought D. Croft played great offense throughout the entire game, but right here, it looks like he kind of confused Clef's defense a little bit, motioning that B receiver in. It made his corner get stuck, just no coverage over there on the right side of the field. Wide open corner out, Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, D. Croft, you know, that first drive, it's nothing like when you come out there and you score on that first drive. You know, I saw D. Croft when he motioned him in, and opened up that corner route, no matter what, even though Clef was trying to get over there with his user, everybody know if D. Croft saw the read, it was going to be open for 6. D. Croft just looked like he was prepared for the defense that Clef brought out there today.
To me, it was almost as D. Croft had no bad plays in that game, really. You know, on offense, it seemed like even when he got stopped and he had to punt that second drive, they were still well-executed plays. It was just great defense. 0 mistakes from D. Croft that entire game.
All right, well, D. Croft is through to the grand final. He will face either Joke or Pavin in that matchup, but now he joins us. Daniel Mycroft, D. Croft, congratulations on this win. I want to get straight to it. You have booked yourself a spot all the way from the LCQ into the finals of the Madden Bowl. I know everyone at home, everyone watching wants to hear. Just describe what's going on with your emotions right now.
It's really about one more game now. That's really all it comes down to. I mean, honestly, yeah, I've come a long way from the start of the LCQ, but if I don't win this next one, I'm going to be honest, I just would have rather not made it out of LCQ in the first place. To me, this is everything I've been working for about 2 years now. So I know I have to embrace the moment, but stay relaxed and composed in that moment as well. So I know this is a really big game that's coming up for me, but I know I'm going to be relaxed and composed for it.
D. Croft, you've matched up pretty decently with almost everybody in this tournament, and one of the guys you may end up facing, Pavin, is a guy you had to face in the finals of the LCQ. Is there anybody you'd rather match up against in that grand final? Would it be Pavin? Would it be Joke? Or do you have no preference at all?
Preparation is key. I'm going to be prepared for both of them, no matter who I play. They're both 2 tremendous players, and I know that they're going to both play a phenomenal game over in the first semifinal, or excuse me, the second semifinal, and I know no matter what happens in that game, I'll be ready.
D. Croft, it's Mo here, man. Congratulations. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I have kind of liked you throughout this tournament. I thought that after I seen you play in the LCQ, you were extremely prepared. And then when I seen your team for the Madden Bowl, I was like, this is as balanced as it's going to get. If he's able to score on offense, he doesn't even have to score every drive, but if he's able to just put some drives together, get some points, I love how you've constructed your defense. And, I think that's been the key throughout this entire tournament for you is how well you built your team. I think a lot of people had, were scratching their head a little bit, but I just kind of want to get inside your brain just a little bit, if you don't mind. Now that you're in the finals, you can kind of relax a little bit. What was the team building process like for you?
The biggest guy I went to was Fancy, honestly. So when I went to Fancy, he's one of my TNC guys, and he plays a lot of MUT. He plays Weekend League a ton. He streams it all the time. And he's just like a general MUT guy. So I made sure I went to Fancy about the team I should make and everything about it. So I went to him a lot about the advice I had. And then the big decision, I think, for me throughout this tournament was that Frank Clark. I think, first of all, if you're a Seahawks fan, you put the Seahawks team chem on him and the Seahawks card art on him. I'm telling you, that's one of the best cards in the game. So I think that was one of the big additions to the team, was bringing in Frank Clark for this Madden Bowl.
E-Croft, what's going on, man? This your boy User right here. Now, I was just thinking about, last year how you lost in the clubs to Kiv, and then this year you was able to pull it out, and then you fought through the LCQ jungle. Do you kind of feel like the stars are aligning for you this year? Like everything's just kind of shaping up?
We'll see after the next game.
All right, D-Croft, he's not giving us much. You want to stay focused. I understand it. He's a soccer player, and he's taking it all through the sticks now in Madden. He's got one game away before he is the champion, so we'll see what happens after this one. Coming up, we have one semifinal in the book, but still to come, it's the top-seeded Joke and the Madden Major winner, Pavin, in the other semifinal. Joke is looking for his first major. Pavin looking for his first Madden Bowl win. We'll see which one of them can book a spot in the grand final when we come back.
Big day of closet organizing and jigsaw puzzling? Get Pizza Hut's Big Dinner Box. 2 medium pizzas, breadsticks, and your choice of pasta or wings. Sealed for your safety, all in one box. Choose contactless delivery or new curbside pickup at pizzahut.com.
Oh, no, don't pressure me.
This party's garbage.
That bad, huh?
It is that bad. It's like a bag of zeros.
Try this creamy Snickers. You could use a little smoothness.
Is that one of the zeros?
Get smooth with the fresh ground nut butters and creamy Snickers.
Join NFL stars competing in a special virtual tournament to benefit Feeding America. The Fox Esports Madden NFL Invitational, May 22nd on FS1.
Today I want to use my voice to showcase a real hero, Dr. Evan Shannon. I want to thank Tracy Thomas,
Dr. Josh Hughes, Haley Wickenheiser,
Dr. Missy,
Savannah Stewart.
Thank you for all that you're doing. Nobody knew this was coming, but you guys stepped up.
The countless hours you spend at the hospital and coming in on your days off.
What she's doing to help other people, putting her health at risk and her family, her beloved ones.
When I had the virus, I was a little nervous, a little scared, so just being able to just be there.
Thank you, Henry, for bringing your A game every single day. You cheer for us, I want to cheer for you. So get up, Nicole, let's go!
Let's go. Yeah! Stay strong, Doc.
Can be more proud of having you in my jersey.
You're the true queen, the real hero.
Thank you. Thank you.
community. It keeps us connected, even when unseen enemies drive us apart. The Madden competitive community is no stranger to sticking together. Let's go! And when their most prestigious event, the Madden Bowl, was threatened by the new normal, the community collectively logged in to stay and play.
Stay and play. Stay and play. Stay and play.
And it's taken all year to whittle down to this collection of the best players of the year.
Ah, let's go, baby!
And now, here they are, safe at home, but battling for the most coveted title in the sport, Madden Bowl champion.
For the championship. For the championship.
This is their Super Bowl.
One stop, end this!
This is the event.
Let's go!
And yet, this one is different than those before it for all of us. Competitors separated by hundreds or thousands of miles, competing against one another with everything they have.
Oh my God!
And yet closer than ever before. Even when standing alone, more connected than ever. Fixated on the same intense goal to become named Madden Bowl champion.
Welcome back to the Madden NFL 20 Bowl. We have punched our first ticket through to our final, and meanwhile, hanging out in the Snickers Virtual Players Lounge, it's the 26-year-old Joke and the 19-year-old Pavin, as they get some final meet time before going head-to-head. Even though he's 7 years younger, Pavin has a major. Joke is looking for his first. Hey there, Evan Rayner back with you from home and also from their respective homes. We have one great user in Serious Mo. Before we get you to the fellas, let's get you caught up if you are just joining us in our live coverage of the Madden Bowl. Just moments ago, it was D-Croft taking down Clef the God, and he now awaits the winner of our second semifinal. As we mentioned off the top, that match features Pavin, the Madden NFL 19 Club Championship winner, against Joke, who is in the midst of one of the best single seasons in Madden competitive history. But he's still looking for that first major. All right, fellas, let's dig right into the first match between Pavin and Joke. This pits a veteran runner in Joke against Pavin, who is primarily a passer. User, let's start with Pavin. He needed the LCQ to get here, but he's looked pretty good ever since.
Yes, as you see, man, we got both LCQ finalists in the Final Four. You know, it says something when you got to come through that jungle, when you come through that fire. It makes you, it shapes you, it molds you. And now, you know, Pavin is one of the hottest players right now. And the crazy thing is he already has the credentials of being in the championship. He knows what it's like to win the belt. So the pressure to him isn't nothing. You know, Pavin really is a great player when it comes to offensively, but his defense has been stepping up all tournament, and I really want to see what he's going to do against Joke because Joke has no quarterback. Will he be able to stop the run consistently?
Well, Pavin's been leaning heavy on the scrambling of Michael Vick, but as we mentioned, Pavin makes his bread and butter with the passing game. Serious Mo, break down what you have seen from Pavin when airing it out in this tournament.
So we see a lot of people with this Michael Vick, but not very many people have this hot route master. It allows you to put a post route on any player in the field. And this play right here is just phenomenal. The playmaker up the field while the pressure's coming at you, down in the game versus somebody that's going to be controlling the clock. Probably the most impressive play thus far in the tournament. And that was in single elimination play where, you know, he takes a sack right there. He may go on to lose that game. He's been playing so disciplined on offense, making the right plays constantly. You know, I love Pavin's game right now.
All right, let's turn our attention to Joke. He entered the Madden Bowl as the #1 overall seed. And he's been playing lights out all season and has now reached his third straight semifinal in a Madden major. But in this, his 11th try, he has yet to bring home a belt. And clearly, Joke's focus is on cementing his legacy.
Anytime I get deep in a tournament, I start thinking about like what I'm gonna say. If I win, I gotta make sure I don't cry because people tell me I'm gonna cry when I win the Madden belt. So I'm like, all right, what am I gonna say? Who am I gonna shout out? Gotta make sure you don't cry. So it's definitely something you think about, especially once you get to the Final 8, the Final 4. Hopefully it happens sooner than later, but I can't wait for that moment. This MCS season has been really good. I told myself before the season started I was going to put in a lot of time for every single game. I've played the game as much as I could possibly play it, and I'm #1 in points. I've had the most points ever in an MCS season, and I also have the highest average finish ever in an MCS season. So if I win the Madden Bowl, it's safe to say I've had the best MCS season ever. The season started off in the Classic, and a week before the Classic, I decided to switch offenses and teams. I was using the Cowboys and running I-form tight and just running the ball every single play. I switched to the Philadelphia Eagles, and I switched to a formation called wing flex close. I played Henry, and I feel like I outplayed him that game. I put in Jordan Howard, who had, I believe, 98 carrying, and his first handoff, he fumbled. That kind of changed the game completely because I was going to go into half winning either by 7 or by 10. And instead of me going into half winning, I went into half losing. And then my next drive, I threw an open pass on 4th down and dropped it. So I definitely was pretty unlucky for that tournament. Going into clubs, the same thing happened. I switched my offense, and I switched to the QB blast out of a new formation that EA had into the game, which was the Taysom Hill quarterback package. I probably spent the most cap on offense. My Lamar Jackson, I believe, was 180 cap. And I went with it where I was going to treat him as a running back. I went into that tournament feeling as I was the best I could possibly be. Day 3, I go into the day knowing I have to play Skimbo. And I know knowing Skimbo is going to be prepared for the QB blast. And then, of course, the 4th down play where I went insane.
Throws it late! Let's go! Let's go!
After that moment, I really felt like, all right, this is the tournament to win. I have to beat Drini. I felt as if I beat Drini, I would win the tournament. Just played a bad game. Nothing went against me. I just played a bad game, and a few plays I wish I could have back. Winning a belt for my legacy, I think at this point would probably put me as a top 5 Madden player of all time. It would probably put me as the best MCS season ever. It would put me, I believe, top 2 in winnings, so it definitely would mean a lot.
And there is Joke. He has obviously been focused on the task of bagging his first belt. User, is this the major in which Joke gets the major monkey off of his back?
I don't know, man. You know, I really hope it is because he's came to 11 of these things. Joke is always good. He's consistently good. He's adapting to the game year in and year out, but that's just been the knock on him. Some reason he just can't get the job done. 3rd consistent Final Four appearance this year. He's having a great season, probably the best season ever, and that's just been his knock. He can't finish, and nobody needs to hear it more than him. He knows it. I talked to him this morning. He's like, look, man, I already know, User. Everybody keeps thinking, is this the one? He said, I'm tired of the pressure. I'm tired of hearing it like you tired of asking it, man. He said, I want to get the job done. Don't you believe I want to get the job done? I said, yes, you do. Yes, I do. He said, well, you know, man, I got to take it one game at a time, and I'm just going to try to focus on the game I got ahead of me.
And just to piggyback on what User's saying, I think that Joke's had a great season. And every tournament, it seems like he has been ahead of the curve, you know, for those first few days. I remember at the Classic, I watched him and his crew play. They were using the Eagles. Nobody else was using the Eagles. And I was like, you know what am I going to do to stop this if I play one of these guys? But luckily for me, I didn't have to play one of them until later on in the tournament. So I got that night before to prepare, and I really found something for them. And then at the club championship, you know, he was running that QB blast, and nobody could stop it all. But then when you get down to that Final Four of the tournament, you get that day or so break where you just have all the time in the world to lab. You know, there's only 8 people at the tournament, and everybody's, you know, rooting against you probably. So everybody gets in the lab with whoever's left, and, you know, they're able to find something for the QB blast. And, you know, I feel like this is kind of the same story. You know, I feel like the cards are stacked against him, but luckily for him, he is the best defensive player in the world. So he's going to try to get his defense to win him this game. I don't think he's going to be able to run the ball very effectively, but if he's able to force some turnovers, he'll do great.
Hey, Mo, you've won 2 majors yourself. You actually won the first belt in Madden competitive history. How much does winning that first belt relieve the pressure from a player trying to go down in history as one of the best?
I'll be honest. For me, I won the first belt that they had in the MCS era. And, you know, the years prior to that, I was the best Madden player in the world. I would say almost everybody would agree with that. So after I won the first one, I'll be honest, it was like expected. You know, I just thought I was going to come in and win all these things. And that's just the truth of it. But, you know, I got a quick reality check. You know, I kind of slacked off a bit after I won that first belt. So I hope that doesn't happen to Joke if he is able to get one. But it definitely releases that monkey off your back. The only problem is you might lose a little bit of drive with that, though, you know, because you're going to be like, all right, I've done everything now. What do I need to do? So It's definitely going to be a monkey off his back. He definitely wants this thing. Don't get me wrong. I guarantee you he's going to cry if he wins this thing.
All right.
Evan, I see how you just gave Mo a little time to just pat himself on the back, toot his own horn, you know what I'm saying? Yes, he does have 2 belts, but remember he did go Mo in 3. And guess what? Joke is in the same shoes as me. He ain't got a belt. He just as hungry as me. So guess what? You don't need to ask Mo. You need to ask me how Joke feel. Joke feel like me. He want to be a champion.
All right, speaking of patting on the backs or bumping on the chest, I'm going to start with you, User. Who do you have in this game, man? Both these guys got a ton of momentum coming into this.
Listen, man, I'm going with Joke, man. I just feel it in my gut. I was wrong last time. I was wrong. Who knows what it could have been? Could have been something else. Could have been what I ate for lunch. But listen, I'm going with Joke this time. I believe he gets the job done. I want to see him do it. You know, Pavin has a belt. You know what I'm saying? You want to see somebody who's been fighting for so long come through. I believe Joke can come through this time.
All right, Mo, you've talked a lot about what it means, but who do you have winning this actual game today?
After that first game, I see that dark cloud in User's room, man. So you know I'm on the fade. I got Pavin winning this game. And I think it might be easy for Pavin, man. I think that this, like I said, I think the cards are stacked against Joke. I think that everybody's found some run defense, and Pavin's really high-powered on offense right now.
All right, man. The cards could be stacked against User, too. This could be 0-2 or 1-1 for you, man. Coming up, Pavin and Joke are making their final preparations for our second semifinal match in hopes of punching their ticket to the Madden Bowl final. We'll return with a call of that match from our casters, Nick Mazesco and Tyler Davis, after the break. The Madden NFL 20 Bowl is presented by Creamy Snickers. You're not smooth when you're hungry. The Madden NFL 20 Bowl is also brought to you in part by Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
If you're over mac and cheese and PB&Js, have we got good news for you. Right now, get Pizza Hut's best delivery deal. Large pizzas with up to 3 toppings for just $9.99. Available for carryout or contactless delivery at pizzahut.com.
Oh, no, don't pressure me.
This party's garbage.
That bad, huh?
It is that bad. It's like a bag of zeros.
Try this creamy Snickers. You could use a little smoothness.
Is that one of the zeros?
Get smooth with the fresh ground nut butters and creamy Snickers.
Join NFL stars competing in a special virtual tournament to benefit Feeding America. The Fox Esports Madden NFL Invitational, May 22nd on FS1.
Today I want to use my voice to showcase a real hero, Dr. Evan Shannon. I want to thank Tracy Thomas,
Dr. Josh Hughes, Haley Wickenheiser,
Dr. Missy,
Savannah Stewart.
Thank you for all that you're doing. Nobody knew this was coming, but you guys stepped up.
The countless hours you spend at the hospital and coming in on your days off.
What she's doing to help other people, putting her health at risk and her family, her beloved ones.
When I had the virus, I was a little nervous, a little scared. So just being able to just be there.
Thank you, Henry, for bringing your A game every single day. You cheer for us, I want to cheer for you. So get up, Nicole, let's go!
Let's go. Yeah! Stay strong, Doc.
Can be more proud of having you in my jersey.
You're the true queen, the real hero.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, remember me? I'm Pavin. Yeah, I'm still here.
I haven't gone anywhere in case you guys forgot. Last year, I was on top of the world. You guys remember the club?
Touchdown, Pavin!
I was only 18, and I burst out on the scene. Do you remember me holding that belt up in front of all those people and all that money I won?
He's won 100 grand!
So I bet you guys are wondering what happened. The short answer is nothing. Wherever I've been, right here chilling. I was just one game away this year.
Pavin's done it once. Can he do it again?
If only I'd be in Drini in the Madden 20 Club Championship. Now I'm on the outside looking in. I'm kind of sick because it was one game away from Madden Bowl. I need quite the finish to get to the Madden Bowl. Last chance qualifier, here I come. Do not sleep on me. That's the last thing you guys want to do. And lastly, don't forget my name. I'm Pavin. I'm coming for that belt. Be ready. I'm not going nowhere.
Welcome back to the Madden Bowl, and there is Pavin. He needed the last chance qualifier to make it here, but now he's just one win away from the final. If you're a Raiders fan, you'll see the official Raiders Twitter account shouting Pavin out as well, encouraging him during his improbable run here at the Bowl. You may have noticed from watching our players' POV cams the exclusive new era caps delivered to all of our original competitors in the Madden Bowl. Those caps are not available in store and not available online. The only way you can get one of those is by making the field of 16 in the bowl. That's some good motivation for your next season. So start practicing. All right, we are moments away from our second semifinal. It's passer against runner, teenager against Madden veteran. It's Pavin against Joke for a trip to the Madden Bowl final. And for the call, we toss it to our caster team of Nick Mazesco and Tyler Davis.
Evan Rayner, much appreciated. Semifinal number 2 about to get underway. Nick Mazesco alongside former Arizona Club champion Tyler Davis, and of course the best bun in broadcasting. TD, before we get to our matchup here, how about the performance from D. Croft getting his way into the Madden Bowl final?
Man, I'm so impressed with D. Croft. You know, he's usually known for his offense, but his defense has been exceptional, and here we go. This is a 5-star matchup. Both these guys have insane resumes, but, you know, Pavin is 2-0 versus Joke in big MCS games, so will this be the story of Joke getting redemption today?
Yeah, and speaking of Pavin, TD, he can make it an all-LCQ competitor final with a win here.
Oh, without a doubt. This is the hottest guy on the circuit right now. He fought through that gauntlet of LCQ, one of the best passers we have in the game. And like we said, he owns Joke. He's 2-0 versus him. And then on the flip side, we have Joke, regarded as one of the best defensive players in the world. And look, it's been Final Four after Final Four after Final Four. Will today be the day that Joke finally gets to that belt and becomes the champion and becomes the best Madden player in the world?
Well, let's head inside Pizza Hut Stadium and fill our Madden Bowl final. It's Pavin taking on Joke, passer versus runner. This one should be a good one, and we're so happy to have you along with us. Let's get to know these players a little better, starting off with the 19-year-old Pavin Lockhart from Yuba City, California. He's earned over $160,000 playing the game of Madden, $100,000 from last year's club championship belt win. Taking a look at his abilities, TD, what do you see?
If you've seen Pavin play, you know he's very high-powered, and he loves that Mike Vick. It has all those abilities: dashing, deadeye, escape artist, identifier. But that hot route master is going to be able to create some crazy route combos out of all different formations, specifically in the gun bunch, though. And he's got some weapons out wide. He's got Torrey Holt in the slot with that playmaker, slot-o-matic. He's going to be able to create a lot of things with him. John Ross, all that speed with cross specialists and post specialists. And then we know Pavin in that West Coast offensive playbook, one of the best to do it, and he's also in Miami on defense.
On the flip side, we have Rydell Brito, a.k.a. Joke, 26 years old from West New York, New Jersey. He's earned over $190,000 playing the game of Madden, top 4 in the clubs, number 1 in points with 1,900 this year in the MCS season. So consistent. Take a look at his abilities, TD. It's all about that nasty streak.
Yeah, without a doubt. And so we're in salary cap mode, so Joke does not have a quarterback on his roster, so he stacked his offensive line. He's got that Colton Miller, that Brian O'Neill with nasty streak and secure protector, so he's going to be very run-heavy on the offensive side of the ball. And that Frank Clark could be the difference maker in this tournament, going up against Pavin, who's very pass-heavy. That power specialist allows him to create havoc up front. And Joke, we know in that Oakland Raiders offensive playbook, he's very run-heavy, so you're going to see a lot of power run formations like I-form, strong, weak, and then he's also in Miami on defense.
Well, as they like to say at the amusement park, let's reach back and check those belts one more time. Buckle in, ladies and gentlemen. Big shout out to everybody watching us on ESPN2 and across all the online platforms. 2 games away from crowning a Madden Bowl champion. We're going to fill that final. It is Pavin on offense first, the passer out of these two. And he's got Michael Vick at quarterback. Going left side. We got defense on the first play. Picked up by Justin Reed. A little stop and go. 1 play, 1 touchdown. It's Joke putting it on the board.
Oh my God, first play of the game, and Joke with a pick 6 to take advantage up 7-0. What a way to start this semifinal game. Oh my goodness.
You can call him a runner, but first and foremost, Joke is the top defensive player in competitive Madden, and he starts off this Madden Bowl semifinal with a pick 6 to put him up 7-0 over the Madden 19 club champion. Let's take a look one more time at our Snickers intercepted replay TD, straight up lurk.
Pavin goes that little baby out route that he loves. Joke all over it with Justin Reed and some nasty stick work to take it to the crib. What a way to start the game if you're Joke.
Well, if there's one consolation for Pavin, it can't get much worse as he throws it out to Kellen Winslow. This time, he finds the right team, picking up 6.
Listen, we said these guys have played twice in big games before. Last year, Pavin beat Joke in the final 8 of the club championship series, and Pavin went on to win $100,000 in the belt. And then just last week in group play, Pavin beat Joke on one of the most craziest endings we've ever seen. So Pavin has the advantage. Joke, when we talked to him, said he was going to make some adjustments. He had a little couple wrinkles up his sleeve going up against Pavin's bunch. We'll see what Pavin can do here to retaliate.
2nd and 4, pressure brought by Joke. He'll get outside of the pocket and look up the sidelines. That's Torrey Holt with the catch. Keeping the feet in bounds all the way up to the 44-yard line. Nice throw from Michael Vick.
Excellent play right there by Pavin. And, you know, Joke is known as an aggressive defensive player. He likes to bring the heat. He likes to blitz. You saw it there. Pavin had 3 routes out there. He basically had all 3 routes pretty open. He had the drag underneath, but he's able to wait. He was patient, and he hit that corner route on the sideline.
John Ross coming in motion on 1st and 10. Bunch to the left side. Former Hokie Mike Vick at quarterback. Rolling out right, looking down the sideline, but nobody went there. He'll throw that one away. TD, what does it do for the confidence of Joke to start off the game with a pick 6?
That is huge. And, you know, Nick, we've talked to Joke, and he said if he feels like if he scores 13 points, he's going to win every game. And if you're going to get a pick 6 to start the game, you're already in complete control. You're in business. So for Joke's confidence must be through the roof right now.
For Pavin, so far, a nice recovery. He hasn't overly panicked. He's got it down inside the 50-yard line. Vick looking right side. That one just a simple flat route to Kellen Winslow. Hits him with the stop, turnaround, and go. Put that thing down, flip it, and reverse it. He's to the 26-yard line.
Joke continuing to bring the pressure, and Pavin is recognizing it. He just throws a little baby out route to that Kellen Winslow, and we know that Kellen Winslow is so important to Pavin's offense. He uses him at fullback for some fullback dives, and he throws to the flats right there for a nice pickup.
And it does look like Pavin may be coming out to give the ball to Kellen Winslow again. That far tight slot formation, he'll give it to Kellen Winslow, but you know Joke, he knows how to stop the run being a runner himself.
Yeah, you said it earlier, Nick. I think Joke is regarded as the top defensive player on the circuit in our sport. And, you know, I'm going to say it. I think Joke is a top 5 defensive player of all time. And on that note, I think Joke is a top 10 player of all time. You know, that one thing that he hasn't have is that belt that we've said so many times. But, man, it's so hard to score on Joke when he's on defense.
What a year Joke has had so far. 1,900 MCS points. 5th at the Madden Classic, 3rd at the clubs, 3rd at the Challenge. Yet no finals appearances. He's looking to make it the first finals appearance with a win here against Pavin. 2nd down and 11. Gun tight slots formation as Vick drops back to pass. All the time in the world with only a 3-man rush. He'll dump it underneath to Kellen Winslow. If you're Joke, are you comfortable just giving up those little 3-4 yard underneath routes as opposed to the big play?
Definitely. If you're Joke right now, you're in complete control. You're up 7. Now Pavin's getting close to that red zone. If you're Joke, you just want to hold him to 3 and you get the ball. You're going to get ball at half, so you're in complete. You have the advantage in the game right now. So if you can hold him to 3, it's definitely a win.
Was looking for that corner route, but the pressure from the Miami Dolphin and former Ohio State Buckeye Jerome Baker with the sack. You said Joke wanted to hold Pavin to 3. Well, this is a 45-yard attempt to do just that. The kick is up, and it is good. We've got a 7-3 ball game.
Great defense. He went with the coverage look, and that Jerome Baker, that linebacker for the Miami Dolphins, who he's using here, has been so crucial in this tournament for a lot of guys. You know, not a bad drive by Pavin. He's able to retaliate, get some points on the board, but definitely a win for Joke. He's still got the lead, and he's getting the ball on offense.
Well, so the first time we're going to get to see Joke come out offensively, and TD, there may be 11 players on the field for him, but there's only one that really matters to him, and it's Gale Sayers.
Yeah, so for the viewers out there that are just tuning in, you know, we're in the salary cap mode. So we have a $13.25 cap that guys can build their team. Each player has a certain cap limit. And Joke decided to stack his team on the offensive line, the defense, and his running back. So he doesn't have a quarterback. You're going to see Tressway, the punter, at quarterback a decent amount. You might see he has a low cap Eli Manning that can't really throw the ball. So you're just going to see him run every play. So if he gets into fourth down situations, he's automatically going to punt unless it's like 4th and 1 or 4th and 2. But it's a very sound, optimal strategy for Madden 20. I know not a lot of people like it, but it's the way Joke, it fits his strategy because he's such a good defensive player, and he's not going to turn the ball over a lot with this type of offense.
And on top of that, because we are not only playing salary cap, but we're inside of Madden Ultimate Team, you're going to see a mix of current players, rookies, and legends of the past. Gale Sayers taking the carry left side. He'll pick up 5.
There's that 98 overall Gale Sayers. And we've seen Pavin, you know, he's had good run defense. It's kind of been his weakness in the past, but he really has improved on defense every year, as you see him there with Ed Reed in the backfield. Great user play by Pavin.
Able to shoot the gap. Madden 20, all about those abilities. You saw the star underneath of some of the players. That indicates that they do have one of those superstar abilities. 3rd down and 5. Can Pavin get the stop he so sorely needs after a pick 6 on his first play? 3rd down and 5. Armstead in motion from right to left. It's going to be Gale Sayers trying to find some room right side. He will pick up the 1st down, but that could have been much worse as there was a lot of green grass on the right side of the field.
Yeah, and you know, Joke is kind of a savage when it comes to preparation and preparing for these tournaments. This guy, he will talk to everyone. He will find out everything. He knows everything. So I know he was up all night labbing for this run defense. He has all types of runs that can beat this defense. As you saw there, he used some nice motion blocking on that halfback dive. He's able to pick up a 1st down.
Hand off to Sayers left side, trying to get around Merton Hanks. Merton Hanks with the tackle. Shoestring. Here's what's crazy, TD, for a game that has been, you know, both criticized and, you know, praised for bringing back the run game and being a run-heavy version of Madden. We only have one runner in the Final 4 of the Madden Bowl, the biggest tournament of the year, as we hit the end of 1.
We really saw the meta change as the year went on. You know, the year started in August at the Madden Classic. We saw that armbar, that jukebox, and then we got into, you know, Club Championship. We saw Chris Johnson running wild. But now as we head into the later of the year, it's all about defense, in my opinion. I know there's only one runner left. But to me, you know, D-Croft, it's been his defense that's what's catapulted him. I know he's unique on offense. His offense is phenomenal, but his defense is really the story, especially in that game versus Clef. And then we know with these guys, Pavin improves on defense every game, and then Joke, as we already said, the best defensive player. So it's really come down to defense as we get later in the year.
Yeah, how about the double-digit sacks for D-Croft against Clef the God in our first semifinal? 3rd down and 2. Armstead in motion. Last time this was a run to the right. This time he'll stay right down the middle, and he will pick up enough for a 1st down. So far, we haven't seen the big play from Gale Sayers, but it's been 5 to 6 yards at a time, and Joke is driving.
Very methodical for Joke, and he's fine with that. Remember, he's getting the ball at half, and you'll see he's got these big offensive linemen at tight end, at receiver. I think he's found a run that works.
There goes the big play. Put on your windbreakers, ladies and gentlemen. He got a Gale Force win into the end zone. Joke puts up double-digit lead.
And Joke reached that mark he wanted. He wanted 13 points, and he felt like he would win. He's at 14. Will that be enough? He's found some runs that really work versus Pavin's run defense, and now it's time for Pavin to answer.
Joke putting points on the board with his defense, putting points on the board with his offense. So far, a great start for Joke as we take a look at this run. One more time, Tyler Davis, one cut, Gale's out.
Staying in that single back, just a quick halfback dive, and he's using that speed boost all the way up the field for an easy touchdown. Gale Sayers, all that speed.
And how about Joke right there? Off the touchdown, it seems like when he's able to score the next play after the kickoff, it seems like he brings the fire defensively.
That's Joke's style, man. He loves to bring the heat, very aggressive, but he switches up here, goes with a coverage look.
Nobody open downfield. It had a crosser, had a streak on the left side, and both of them double coverage plus. 3rd and 10 upcoming. TD, it's early in this game, but this feels like a key moment for Pavin.
Yeah, it's huge. You know, when Pavin came into the game, a lot of people, and I talked to some guys last night, we were talking about this, you know, we thought Pavin was maybe a fluke. Who is this kid? But let me tell you, this kid is for real. He gets better each time he plays. I mean, he's won a belt. I think he's really clutch, and he's very in control. He's very disciplined when it comes to both sides of the ball. So, and Pavin's a fighter. I would expect to see him stay in this game. We'll see what he can do on this big 3rd and 10 now.
As Joke will take a timeout, we asked Pavin, you know, what has been your toughest game so far through the LCQ and the Madden Bowl? He said it was his last game against Kiv. He said at halftime he had to change his song, lock in, and mentally talk to himself and make some key adjustments on defense to get the ball back. And right now, down 14-3, will he have to do the same thing against Joke? Back into that gun bunch to the left side as Cribbs will come in motion. Michael Vick takes the snap. The lefty rolls out right. Looking for the corner out. That's Josh Cribbs. Did he get it in bounds? Yes, he did. Give him 24 and a 1st down on 3rd.
Great job by Pavin right there. That corner out. He had a streak behind it to bring back the zones. He had a drag coming from the backside as well underneath. So Pavin played underneath more, gave up that corner, or Pavin was able to get that corner out on the sidelines for a big play.
As Holt will take the drag route. That's a great way to deal with the pressure that Joke brings, is work underneath. The offensive line so far has been able to pretty much handle the pressure, but for Pavin, it's trying to distinguish when Joke's bringing the pressure and when he's dropping back into coverage. This time the pressure picked up nicely. He'll get outside the pocket. How many times have we seen Michael Vick make big plays like that?
He loves that Mike Vick. He's so good with him. I would put him up there as one of the best Mike Vick users. I'm talking about Pavin. You know, we really have a chess match going on right now. Joke, I really like what he's doing. He's come out in this nickel normal formation this game. We haven't seen a lot of him running that this year. I know he liked it at the beginning of the year, but he's mixing up coverage as well. But Pavin is really fighting back too. And, you know, he recognized the blitz coming there. He's able to roll out and get a big 1st down with Mike Vick.
3-man rush from Joke on 1st and 10. Vick will take off and slide down. One important note, though, TD. Joke just used his final timeout of the half. He'll have none if he gets the ball back.
Yeah, very interesting decision, but I think Joke is very comfortable with this 11-point lead, so he's fine with using his timeouts. You can't take them with you to halftime, so he's all right with using them right now.
2nd and 4. He'll get outside the pocket one more time with Vick. You know, we talked about Joke, how he's one of the top defensive players, TD. He's been so good being aggressive and bringing the blitz, but right now his coverage is standing strong.
Yeah, and he went with a match concept there. So what that is, it's a zone look, but it kind of turns into a man defense when the corners or the secondary match onto your receivers. We've seen it a lot with D-Croft, a lot of the guys using it here in this tournament. Joke mixing it in. He's mixing a lot of coverages up right now. He's blitzing, playing some cover 2 looks, cross-manning, and then the match concept. So he's really making it difficult for Pavin to predict what he's going to do. Now he goes into the 1-4-6. We'll see if Pavin has an answer for it.
Vick on 3rd and 4. Look at left side. There's Torrey Holt. Talk about the key player for Pavin's run through the LCQ and the Madden Bowl. It's been that Torrey Holt who's made big catch after big catch as we hit the 2-minute warning.
Torrey Holt has been Pavin's whole offense, man, besides that Mike Vick. And he's got those abilities on him, so that playmaker ability allows him to kind of move him up the field if he wants to. You just flick your right stick up or left, and he can go wherever you want. And he's been a big component of Pavin's offense.
You see playmaker Holt back right that time, but uses Vick to pick up 5. The chess match continues. Who will make it to the Madden Bowl final and get the right to face D-Croft to be crowned Madden 20 champion? 2nd down and 5. Vick in the shotgun. Jalen Samuels, 10-cap running back. Not going to see him used a whole lot in anything but pass pro. Maybe he'll catch 1 pass in this entire game. 3-man rush from Joke. Dancing in the pocket. And he'll be taken down to the 27-yard line. Who else but Jerome Baker containing Michael Vick once again?
This is such a chess match going on right now. So what Pavin's doing, he's trying to audible to that snugs flip look, and then so it kind of catches Joke off guard, and it turns into kind of a bunch look. Then he audibles to bunch, so Joke is forced to kind of reset his play to line up correctly. So both these guys doing a lot of adjustments, a lot of strategy going on right here. This is high-level Madden.
3rd and 7. Pavin doesn't want to have to settle for another field goal on a good drive. but no one's open downfield. He'll throw it back across the middle. That's the route that's gotten him a couple big first downs throughout this tournament. The delay from Kellen Winslow.
Man, that has been the route of Madden 20, the delayed fade. We've seen it so many times. It can be a backbreaker because you think you have everything covered, and then all of a sudden, in the last second out of nowhere, you can release the tight end on that fade route, and Pavin executes it perfectly for a big first down.
Clock running down in the first half. We're under a minute to go and counting. Vic dropping back. Pressure. It's picked up nicely. He'll find Kellen Winslow, as TD would call it, that baby out route one more time.
There's the baby out route to the tight end. I love that route. Joke decided to bring the heat right there. Pavin recognized it quickly. And if Pavin can get 7 here, this is a huge momentum change to go into the half.
2nd and 7. Vic, all the time in the world, and then all that time got shut down as Dwight Freeney came around the edge.
Yeah, great defense right there. Those sheds came through off the edge, and this is a big play in the game now. If you're Joke, you have to hold him to 3, and if you're Pavin, you really want to get a touchdown. You don't want to come out of here with a field goal, but 3rd and 14 in the red zone is very difficult.
20 seconds remaining in the half. A frantic pace here in our second semifinal. Good block on the edge. Vic gets outside. Oh, his receiver didn't continue the route. Pavin's going, why isn't RB? Keep running with me. 4th and 5 in decision time.
Wow, you guys both nailed it, you and Pavin. The post route stopped running. He might have had a touchdown if he would have passed that safety, and he stopped running. Pavin had no choice but to run with Vic, and Joke holds him to the field goal he needed.
But Pavin's sitting there going, in Raider Nation, you know Coach Gruden would have pulled that receiver to the sidelines and sat him on the pine for not continuing that route. As the kick is away, it's going to be Franco Harris on the left side of the field. 9 seconds left. You may say 9 seconds isn't a lot of time, TD, but with Gale Sayers, anything can happen.
Yeah, and we saw it back in the club championship. Volterac using it with Chris Johnson. Does Joke have one in him? You know he's going to do a little handoff to Gale Sayers here. Let's see what happens.
Cuts back inside, but he'll be taken down at the 30-yard line. And that will take it to zeros on the clock. 14-6. Joke with the lead. TD, this first half, it sort of comes down to 2 big things. The pick 6 from Pavin on the first play of the game, and the fact that Pavin had 2 drives inside the 30-yard line and only came away with 6 points.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and the story of Joke's career has been defense, defense, defense. And here in the semifinals, a chance to go to the Madden Bowl, it's been Joke's defense. Does Pavin have an answer in the second half?
We are at halftime in our second semifinal of the day for the right to take on D-Croft to be Madden 20 champion. It is 14-6 on the legs of Gale Sayers. Joke with the lead. As we know, Joke's one of those guys that typically has plenty to say. He has been mic'd up. Let's listen in.
Let's go! 30! Come on! Come on! Come on, be up! Be up and end the game early!
Guys, make sure you head over to the Madden Competitive Gaming channel on YouTube for access to each and every match from the Madden NFL 20 Bowl, as well as every match from this Madden Championship Series season. Make sure to subscribe as we update throughout the week. Right now, you can see matches from the group stage onward, and if you miss anything from today's semifinals, that'll be uploaded shortly. Madden Competitive Gaming YouTube channel is the official home for VODs of all the best matches. Take a look at the season that Joke has had so far. Tyler Davis, 3 top 5s in 3 majors. How about you make it 4 here at the Madden Bowl?
By far the best year from any player this year has been Joke. 5th in the Classic, 3rd in the Club, 3rd in the Challenge. Here he is again in the Final 4, but you saw on that chart, he just can't get to the finals. He has before back in Madden 17, he lost to Skimbo in the finals. He's made 5 Final 4s in 11 events. Could this be his day, man? He's got a great advantage right here getting the ball to start the second half.
Ooh, Gale Sayers spins off the tackle, and then he goes into full stumble and bumble mode. He'll only pick up 2.
Yeah, almost broke one right there. If he was able to kind of click the stick down and keep his guy up. But fortunate play for Pavin right there. Back to the single back wing flex close. Joke goes.
It's Gale Sayers trying to get outside, and there goes Sayers on the edge as he'll get inside the 50-yard line. Big run for Gale. 10 carries, 97 yards. That's easy math. 9.7 per carry.
This is the thing about Joke. When he finds something that works, he's going to stick to it, and he's not going to give up. And he's sticking to the single back wing flex close dive. It's been having a lot of success. Pavin doesn't have an answer for it so far.
As this time he'll try to go right down the middle, and he'll get 1 yard on the play. For Pavin, looking for his second belt back in Madden 19. He's the 3-time Raiders club champion. This is actually a battle of 2 3-time club champions. Pavin, the 3-time club champion for the Raiders. Joke, the 3-time Cleveland Browns club champion. Pavin, the only one with the belt last year in Madden 19. Also took home a cool $100,000. Second out of 9 in that single back wing flex formation. He'll give it to Sayers, trying to find some room, but once again, good pressure from Pavin's defense.
That's the defense Pavin needed. Way to stand up for yourself, and now a big 3rd and 9. Look, Joke has a great kicker. Remember, he doesn't have a quarterback, so he spent a lot of his cap on his kicker. So he only needs about 5 yards here, and making a 2-possession game would be huge. Pavin cannot allow more than 4 or 5 yards here.
It'd be an NFL record from here, 64 yards. 3rd and 9, Sayers trying to get outside. He'll pick up 4. It'd be a 60-yard field goal from here. The game says let's go for it, and Joke's going to bring out the kicker.
60-yarder. This is not easy to hit. Let's see if Joke can clutch up. This is a big kick.
Didn't hit it all the way at the top of the meter. Doesn't have the leg, though. It does. 17-6 to Joke. Giving a pat on the back to the special teams.
And you hear him. That's why he invested in his kicker. That's a huge kick right there. This game is going exactly how Joke wanted. Now he's up 2 possessions, and he can get on defense. So that was a big kick right there, a 60-yarder by Joke.
If there's one thing we know, TD, we know that Pavin not only is a fighter, but he has the offense to break out a big play and change the complexion of the game.
Without a doubt, man. This kid, in my opinion, a top 5 offensive player in the game. There's no quit in him. He's in that gun bunch. Let's see what he can cook up. Joke is mixing his coverage as well, so Pavin's got to kind of counter it, find an answer.
See if Pavin can find out one of those deep balls he's been waiting for. It's been a lot working underneath as Vic just throws that one away. And if he face a 2nd and 10, the pressure from Joke's defense getting to Michael Vick as he's back into that gun bunch. It's been a nice combination of mixing in the pressures and coverage downfield. Only a 3-man rush this time from Joke. But here comes Frank Clark. That's a big man, a power specialist coming after Michael Vick.
Go get that man, Frank.
2 plays in a row. The story of this tournament, in my opinion, is that Frank Clark, power specialist. That's 2 plays in a row. He almost had a sack. Frank Clark is causing havoc in the backfield on every single play. Just watch this guy when the ball is hiked. He's such a problem to deal with. Pavin double teaming him there, so he's doing a good job, but then he still sheds. So it's a big 3rd down now for Pavin.
Pretty sure Joke staring into the camera there was trying to stare into Frank Clark's soul. Tell him to get after the quarterback. 3rd and 10, Vic outside the pocket. He was looking for the crosser. It was taken away by Joke. And one more big hit. Kellen Winslow needs some flypaper because he dropped that key catch. Come on.
There's that delay fade again, and Joke is all over it. Now, this is a big decision for Pavin. You're down 2 possessions. Do you punt the ball and play defense, or do you go for it? You know, this is a big decision in the game. This could be, you know, an appearance in the final, and he's going to punt it. He's going to take the conservative route and trust his defense.
Anger punting this one away. I know somebody who's feeling a little bit of anger right now. It's Pavin, as that's to the 32-yard line. So it's going to be on the shoulders of that defense, TD, and we talked about it yesterday. Pavin known as a great offensive player out of that gun bunch, but we saw during the club championships last year, he played some amazing defense out of that 3-3-5 as Gale Sayers just rolls over the top of the defender and picks up another 2.
Gale Sayers getting glitchy on him, falling forward for 4 yards. And right now, if you're Joke, you're in complete control, man. You just want to use all this clock you can and get out of the 3rd quarter.
It's a quick pause of the game. And I love that attitude from Pavin. He had a brief moment where he went, should I talk to league offs about this? Should I bring it up to the admins? And he went, nah, man, you got to get your stop. I love that attitude.
Yeah, and you see Joke going back to this dive. Pavin has not had an answer for it. It's getting down to the end of the game here. Pavin's going to have to stand up. He's going to have to play some run defense versus single back.
You see Joke using that entire play clock. It is Gale Sayers Big hit left side. They're going to give him no gain on the play. 3rd and 5 upcoming. And it may be Pavin's tournament hopes on the line because Joke is using every second of the play clock.
And that's what separates good from great here in competitive Madden. You know, game management, clocking, and Joke, you're going to see he's audibling around here. He has no intent to hike the ball until the play clock is under 3 seconds. He ideally wants to get it under 40 on the game clock so that it can be the last play of the 3rd. I don't know if that will be possible, but he's definitely going to stick to the ground game here on this 3rd and 5.
And that I formation, Sayers dotting the I. He will take the carry, try to cut outside. He's got a 1st down and more. Merton Hanks will bring him down, but the bounce outside from Gallopin Gale. The Kansas Jayhawk picks up another 1st down, and Joke in firm control.
That is a huge run right there from Joke. Gale Sayers gets to the edge on that little dive, all that speed, and now Joke is going to be in control of the game going into the 4th quarter with the ball. It's going to be difficult for Pavin to come back, but there is time. He just has to hold Joke on this possession. On like these 3 downs, he's got to get a stop. He cannot give up another 1st down, or it'll be very difficult to come back from.
TD, if there's one thing we've learned from this tournament, is that anything can happen in the game of Madden. We've seen the impossible come true, as that will be the final play of the quarter. And right now, Joke is 5 minutes away from a spot in the Madden Bowl final. 17-6 behind Gale Sayers. Guys, this is unbelievable. 5 left. We are going to step aside for a quick break for viewers on ESPN2. When we come back, it's the 4th and final quarter between Joke and Pavin. For those of you on Twitch and YouTube with us, it's time to head to the 4th quarter. It's presented by Creamy Snickers. You're not smooth when you're hungry.
Oh, no, don't pressure me.
This party's garbage.
That bad, huh?
It is that bad. It's like a bag of zeros.
Try this creamy Snickers. You could use a little smoothness.
Is that one of the zeros?
Get smooth with the fresh ground nut butters and creamy Snickers.
For those of you watching us on Twitch, make sure your EA account is linked to your Twitch account for a chance at a 95 overall Gronk. And if you tune in for an hour today of the Madden Bowl, you'll get a random 98-99 overall player from the top 5 of the NFL draft class of 2020. Welcome back, everyone watching over on ESPN2. We are 5 minutes away from knowing who will play for the Madden 20 Championship. It is Joke currently with a 17-6 lead. Nick Mazesco, Tyler Davis along with you. TD, Joke's defense has been stellar. His run game has been consistent. He looks in firm control.
He's in complete control here as we start the 4th. And, you know, Joke just really dominating on the ground. I'm surprised. I thought Pavin would have a little bit more for run D, but I think that goes to show Joke preparing for that run defense has been in the lab all night, and he's found something that really works with that single back wing flex close halfback dive.
I mean, as you said before we go to break, safe to say this set of downs is the tournament life for Pavin.
Oh, without a doubt. He cannot give up another 1st down. If he does, the clock will go down all the way to about the 2-minute warning. It's going to be very difficult. So these next 2 plays are huge for Pavin.
Give me that!
No! Oh, Eli Manning, the 10 count.
Why did Eli Manning get that?
Fumble. Absolute lumber in the middle of the defense, but Joke comes up with a fortunate recovery.
Oh, my God. The person Joke spent the least amount of cap on, his quarterback, Eli Manning, the 10 cap, possibly makes the biggest play of his year for him, recovering the fumble. Oh, my goodness. But for Pavin, that's exactly what you needed. That was the turnover and an unfortunate break, but there's still life. You got to forget that. You got to move on to this play, and you got to hold him here on this 3rd and 13.
Get it out on Twitter, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag 10 caps matter. 3rd and 13. Stretch run left side for Sayers. Reed makes the tackle, keeps him out of field goal range, and Pavin stays alive. But what could have been if he was able to get to that fumble?
Oh, man, 2 great big plays right there. And you see on that play, the pancake with that nasty streak that Joke has on his offensive line, made a huge hole. But, you know, the one criticism I would say for Joke and how he's such one of the best players, best defensive player, but his stick work is not always great when he runs the ball. And right there, it was a one-on-one situation. He could have made something happen after he got that pancake, but he's not. And Pavin's able to get the stop he needed, so he does have life.
Tressway will try to pin Pavin deep in his own territory. This one's a good one. He'll get him to the 7-yard line. So Pavin needs to go 93 yards to put a touchdown on the board with only 3:37 on the clock. But he's a passer, and he's got the ability to break out some big plays. Can he solve the puzzle that is Joke's defense? Ross was put out wide right. Only a 3-man rush once again from Joke as Vic will find the halfback. Jalen Samuels, we said he might get a catch today. He picks up 9.
Nice little option right there out of the backfield to his halfback. We've seen Jalen Samuels make some big plays down the field in this tournament, but a nice little play there, but he's got to get moving. 2nd and 2 now.
Once again, a 4-man rush this time from Joke. As he rolls out with Vic, he's going to take a sack, doesn't throw the ball away. Jerome Baker, MVP for the Joke defense.
Just excellent defense. Pavin did a great job with his protection. He rolled out, but Joke had every route bagged. There was nothing for Pavin to throw. And 3rd and 4 now on his own 13. He's got to make something happen.
Come on, man!
Pressure! Down goes Vic. This time it's Jadeveon Clowney with the sack. 4th and 8. Tyler Davis. This is your ball game.
Pavin's been clutch all year, all tournament. Does he have one more in him? He needs this to stay alive. His season on the line, the game on the line. He needs to convert this 1st down.
The defense from Joke has been stellar. Do they have one stop here to possibly seal a spot in the Madden Bowl final? Holt in motion, Vic in the shotgun. 3-man rush, waiting, looking, pressure, looking right side. He's got Josh Cribbs. He's got a 1st down.
He's been clutch all tournament long, and Pavin steps up in the pocket and does it again. A huge dot. He went with double crossing routes. Joke stuck with the one he shouldn't have stuck with because he was matched up. And then the one that came free, wide open, Josh Cribbs on the sideline, and Pavin staying alive.
2:32 to go like the Bee Gees. He's staying alive. Vic stepping up, looking right side. That's Torrey Holt one more time. Inside the 50. Good tackle for Joke, though. Keeping him in bounds and keeping that clock running. There is the runoff newly introduced in Madden 20 as we near the 2-minute warning. Pavin will take the snap in the pocket, looking downfield. Nobody open. And he's going to have to throw this one to Torrey Holt. Little possession catch at the 31-yard line. It looked like he was going to throw it away, TD, but he picks up 17.
What a risky pass, the gambling man, and he takes a chance, and it pays off. And I'm interested to see if Pavin thinks about kicking his field goal here soon. Go make it a 1-possession game and play defense. I know you're going to need that 2-point conversion, but I think he's going to keep taking a couple more chances.
Vic rolling out. He's got Winslow over the middle. Little indecisive, probably worried about the clock. He'll just pick up 5 with Vic and get out of bounds.
Great stick work by Joke right there. That little option route with the Samuels was coming wide open. You saw Joke click on, and then Pavin got nervous, so he couldn't throw it. So he had to go out of bounds and take his loss or take his 5-yard gain. But now, like I said, if you're Pavin, you might want to think about taking your 3 here soon. I think he's going to take a couple more chances, but if it gets to about a minute, you want to kick your field goal.
That's not what you want to do. Dwight Freeney with the sack, and 11 seconds come off the clock. Minute 31 and counting, 3rd and 10. Pavin down by 2 scores, utilizing a lot of time here to get set. Vic will drop back, 3-man rush from Joke, stepping up, nowhere to go. He takes another sack. Tyler Davis, it's Jerome Baker with 4 on the day.
And he accidentally picked the wrong play, and it's 4th down. There's nothing he can do, and Joke calls a timeout because Joke was in field goal block. Oh my goodness! What a sequence of events, but Pavin is going to take his field goal.
TD, we just almost had the second coming of the run commit. Joke comes out in field goal block, and Pavin had receivers all over the place. He does kick his field goal to cut it to a 1-score lead, but that could have been disastrous.
Oh, that was crazy, because Pavin made a mistake, and he was upset because he didn't press field goal. Then Joke came out in field goal block, so it was a mistake by both guys. Joke calls the timeout, and now we're back to a game here because Pavin kicked his field goal, so he does have a chance, but at 1st down, we'll win it for Joke, and it will put him in the finals.
Raider Nation, your 3-time club champion is on the ropes. He needs 3 stops. Can't give him 10 yards to stay alive. He gets one. Merton Hanks with the tackle. Timeout taken.
Yeah, this is big for both guys. This is the game. This is the drive. If you're Joke, you're 13 yards to going to your second final ever in the MCS era. Oh, man, something's got to give.
It's Gale Sayers running left side, one man to beat, and Merton Hanks making the tackle again. It's usually been Ed Reed with that secure tackler, but so far it's been the Merton show.
Yeah, great tackle in the open field right there. Nice run, too, and then a great tackle by Pavin, so both guys showing great stick work. And here we go. 3rd and 5, the season on the line for Pavin. Can he come up with a stop?
Joke 5 yards away from a Madden Bowl final spot. Pavin needing to hold him. Stretch run right side. It was Adrian Amos Jr. coming off the edge. Pavin has a chance. Down by 8, 46 seconds. He's going to get the ball back.
Oh, boy, here we go. Pavin did what he needed to do. He's going to have a chance. You got to be careful. Joke could fake this, but he's not going to. He's going to kick it away, and Pavin is going to have a chance for a money drive.
We here in the Madden community, big shout out to our guy RG. He'd be saying we got the guap drive coming, ladies and gentlemen. 41 seconds on the clock, and it is Pavin. No timeouts. Needs to go, I mean, an easy 71 yards. I mean, who doesn't have 71 yards worth of play in 41 seconds? First down and 10. Vic in the pocket. Blitz brought by Joke. He avoids the pressure, but no one's open downfield. How can Joke bring that much pressure and there still be nobody open?
Yeah, just what a play. And I'm having flashbacks, Nick, of that game we saw in groups that came down to the wire when Joke accidentally ran commit and Pavin won the game at the end. But Pavin needs 8 points, so the 2-point conversion he's going to need as well.
Frank, come on. Here comes Frank. Frank Clark up the middle, forcing him to throw it away. 29 seconds left. TD, I can't help but say I was feeling the same thing. And listen, he does need a 2-point conversion, but we have seen Pavin definitely has the clutch gene.
Oh, without a doubt, man. He's been clutch all year. Does he have one more drive in him in the Final Four of the Madden Bowl? I'm sweating. I'm on the edge of my seat. Here we go.
I'm always sweating, but that's just because I'm out of shape. 3rd and 1. Vic outside the pocket. He's got his corner out. That's Torrey Holt. Did he get the feed and bounce? He did at the 45-yard line. Step 1, get on the other side of the 50.
I'm going to say it now, guys. I think Pavin and Joke is becoming one of the best rivalries we have in the sport. I mean, I feel like every game these guys play, and there's only been 2, but they've both gone down to the wire, and they were such big games. And you can't get, the stakes can't get bigger. We're on the grandest stage here, the Final Four of the Madden Bowl, and it's coming down to the last play of the game eventually again.
24 seconds. Blitz picked up nicely, but once again, no one open downfield. Here's the part I'm loving about how Pavin is running this drive, TD. He's really making his reads and getting rid of the ball quickly, even if it's a throwaway.
He's being very smart about it. And if you see him, he's kind of taking his time before he calls a play. He's thinking, he's kind of putting the controller, up in the air, thinking about what he wants to do. He went with that post route right there. Joke was all over it. So as you can see, he's very methodical. He's taking his time. He's very in control of himself. And he's really got to be thinking about what he's doing. It's a chess match going on right here.
Still needs 45 yards. Step 1, need to find the end zone with 20 seconds left. Clock down to 18. Vic outside of the pocket, looking downfield. Nobody home. He'll run out of bounds, pick up another 7, but 7 seconds will come off the clock. 3rd and 3. More importantly, he needs 38 yards.
Just a great defensive job by Joke right there. He didn't give up anything over the top. He lurked that crosser out. He lurked the corner. He allowed Pavin to run. And if you're fine with that, you want to let Pavin run with the quarterback. Obviously, you don't want him to get out of bounds. But, oh, man, 3rd and 3 now. We'll see if Pavin goes to his bread and butter. He loves that wide receiver post play. He loves double crossing routes. Let's see what he cooks up.
Clock down to 15 seconds. No timeouts for Pavin, so it's got to be in the end zone or get out of bounds. Frank Clark was looming. Vic, he'll run outside. He will get out of bounds, pick up another 7 yards. 9 seconds remain, TD. How many more plays can Pavin run?
He's got 2 plays, maybe 1 if he scrambles and takes a lot of time. Joke switching up the coverage, brought the heat right there. And this is tough. I mean, 31 yards to glory. You got 2 plays. You got to have a deep corner route, a deep crosser. You got to hope Joke makes a mistake, really. This is very difficult. Oh, man, here we go.
9 seconds on the clock. 1st and 10. Joke bringing the blitz, trying to end it right now. He'll get rid of it. Out of bounds. 31-yard line still. 6 seconds remain. Tyler Davis. If this isn't crunch time, I don't know what is.
This is what you play for. This is why we watch. 6 seconds left for a shot to go to the finals of the Madden Bowl. Does Pavin have something cooked up his sleeve?
Vic trying to get away. He's sacked. And Joke has one more win from his first belt. A defensive masterpiece. Jerome Baker, 4 sacks on the day. 17-9 is your final. Tyler Davis, we have ourselves our Madden Bowl final. It will be Joke taking on Decroft. But how about the defense that Joke played this entire game, holding Pavin to 9 points?
It's only fitting that Joke, known for his defense, on the last play of the game gets a sack to secure himself a spot in the finals. And what a story it would be after all the failures, all the finals, all the Final Fours for Joke, if he could win the bowl. And we're going to have a great finals. I can't wait for it.
Madden Bowl is set. Joke taking on Decroft. When we come back, we'll have a closer look at this game and what's to come. Don't go anywhere. We've got one more game to go.
Joe from his huge win to break through and get to the Madden Bowl Grand Final for the first time in his storied Madden competitive career. He did so in impressive fashion against Pavin, and in about 15 minutes, Joe will meet Decroft to decide our Madden NFL 20 Bowl champion. Hi, I'm Evan Rayner, One Great User Serious Mode with you on ESPN, and we like the sound of that. Let's start off with Joke. He has finally made his Madden Bowl Finals appearance. He is one game away from winning this, Mo.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, from the start of this year, Joke's been one of the best players, if not the very best player in the game. You know, for him to come full circle, and now he's in the finals of the last tournament of the year, trying to solidify that he's been the best player this year. I'm excited to see this game.
Yeah, you know, Joke, he's been working all year to get at this, man. You know, he's been in the Final Fours consistently. Everybody know that. Joke has been really the best player this year. Just unfortunate he hasn't been able to get that belt yet. Now he's at the doorstep once again. You know, 11 appearances. He doesn't have it. We know all the chatter. His defense looked great. His defense won him that game. His defense got him to the championship. I want to see if he's ready to step up for the moment finally.
Defense definitely did get Joke through to those finals. What a performance. 17-9. Joke, his second career EA Major final. He will face D. Croft in the final, also snapping 4-game win streak of Pavin. And he's already earned $20,000 in earnings. This next game, the richest in the Madden Bowl. Now, he started off with a pick-6 Mo, and he really never looked back after that.
Yeah, you know, this play right here, I cannot believe Pavin made this mistake this early in the game. You know, this is exactly, you feed right into Joke's hands. It actually looked like he was open, but he just makes a great play there with his user. And, you know, he walks into the end zone, and I know Joke thought the game was over right at that moment. And right here, I felt like Pavin played a little scared in the run defense. He just wasn't confident in that 3-3-5 wide that we've seen throughout this tournament. And, you know, he gives up another easy touchdown to Joke. And when Joke is playing this style of offense where he doesn't have a quarterback, he can only run the ball, you cannot give up free plays like that.
Yeah, man, you know, Joker. I mean, Mo, I know you're a little bit sick. Your man Pavin 818 come out there throwing books the first play. But as you know, that can happen when you're playing such a great defensive player. It's Joke. It's just his time. And listen, I know you ain't want to even mention the picks that you was wrong. Trying to spread the rumors to everybody on ESPN. I had the black cloud. No. I told you I was going with my gut. I had the bubbles the first round, but listen, I'm on target right now. And Joke is on target too. As you see, he's going to the ship.
Yeah, I hear you. 1-1. Congratulations, user. I was looking for the clean sweep today, but, you know, Pavin made one mistake early in the game, ended up costing him. But it's all good. We're going to see what happens in the finals. I got an odd suspicion who you might take.
All right, it's interesting. We got a matchup on the desk and, of course, the matchups in the games. Grand final coming up. But let's rewind and look back at the first play that really set things on the table for Joke to win. Mo, break this down.
You know, I really just don't know why Pavin makes his throw. It's just too quick. It looked like he was open, but it's still too risky of a throw. Knowing that Joke has no cap spin on offense, you just can't throw into those tight windows right there. And, you know, he makes the user miss right here. Pavin not going to be able to make a tackle with Torrey Holt. And it's just a free touchdown for Joke. You just cannot give him free touchdowns. That's the biggest thing when you're playing Joke. You cannot turn the ball over. That's really how he wins his games. He has that great defense built for him. And, you know, he's expecting his opponents to make mistakes. But if his opponents don't make mistakes, it's really tough for him to score.
And you know, Joke does what a great defensive player does. He baited him. He baited your boy Pavin straight into a book 6. Lurked him beginning of the game. That's what he did. He put the bait out for them, and he took it.
All right, well, you know, you can see it was a lot of action in this one, and Joke, he finds his way to make it to the grand finals, which means that we know our matchup for the Madden Bowl. It is Joke versus D. Croft. He takes down Pavin 17-9 to make it into the championship, and he joins us now. Joke, congratulations on your win. First of all, I know that you mentioned yesterday after your win, you've had a lot going on, whether it be personal life, whether it be Madden, and you took some time, kind of air it out to get ready for today. What did you come into thinking about today? How did you approach just this match specifically with Pavin, knowing that you guys kind of have gone down to the wire when both of you always play each other?
So I rewatched my first game versus him, and I felt like he was moving the ball just, you know, way too effectively. He threw a couple interceptions that kind of made it seem like I played good defense, but I honestly didn't. So I kind of went into the match style coverage. I feel like that, you know, especially when you don't prepare for it, because I'm pretty sure Pavin last night prepared for me running 1-4-6 because that's what I ran against him in Boogs. So I thought, you know, if I go to this nickel normal, I'm going to catch him off guard. And, you know, the first play of the game, I did catch him off guard. I got a pick 6. So I decided to change my game plan. And, you know, shout out to Tony and BY because they gave me all the reps that, you know, they could give me against the bunch. So I felt really comfortable running nickel normal. It's a defense I honestly haven't ran in a very long time. But I played enough yesterday. I did enough lab work where I felt really comfortable in the defense. So I decided that's what I was going to go with. And, you know, it worked out.
Now, Joke, you know, you found a little bit of extra motivation to do that lab work, and every time I kind of interview you, you bring up your crew, EMB, and you bring up how much the people supporting you to get here actually mean as far as helping you get the results that you're getting. You want to spend some time just letting everyone know, you know, what it's like actually behind the scenes of prepping for something like this?
So honestly, it's just like how professional athletes, like if Patrick Mahomes, when he went to go play in the Super Bowl, he probably, you know, had 12 hours of film work where he watched every single coverage the team that he was going to play against ran. And Madden's the same way. I watched Pavin play almost every single game. I watched the Boogs game closely because I knew I was going to run something like what Boogs ran, but the only difference was that I was going to flip with him. I knew he wouldn't be, you know, prepared for that. And then, you know, just shout out to VY, shout out to Franchise, shout out to Tony. Unfortunately, they didn't make the tournament, and ever since the tournament, you know, like since we started prepping for this tournament, they've been right by my side. Anytime I needed any of them to get on, they got on. They gave me countless amount of reps, and if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be as good as I am right now. So like, yeah, like I'm the one winning, but if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't even be here.
Joke, it's Mo here, man. I definitely can speak to how important it is to have a crew, especially getting those reps. It's not even so much about how great your opponent is, or, you know, it's just about having kind of like a private session, really. You know, it's almost like a one-on-one, you know, just seeing what's out there in the game. And, you know, having a crew like that is definitely really important. But my question to you is, are you going to be able to get it done, man? Is the monkey coming off the back right here? Like, are you ready to go?
I'm not going to be thinking about that. I'm just going to be thinking about, everything I can do to beat D-Croft. D-Croft, I've actually played him a lot. I've probably played, that was the person I played the most, you know, going into the Madden Bowl. So I'm really comfortable against what he's going to run, and obviously he's going to be comfortable against what I'm going to run. So it's going to be a big game. I'm not thinking about, like, you know, if I win the belt. I'm just going to be thinking about it's one more game. Now I'm going to do everything I can to win that one game. And then after that, you know, like, whatever happens, happens. If I win, obviously it is what it is. I'm going to be happy. If I lose, I'm going to be right back next year trying to win again. So, you know, I'm not going to be thinking ahead because I still haven't won. So just going to take it still one game at a time. I still got to win. And then I can start thinking about, you know, how it feels to be a champion.
Joke, what's
All right, well,
going
congratulations,
on?
Joke, yet again, making the match.
So look, man, you know what I'm saying? You were the last runner left. You know, we had all these passes. Everybody was getting the run box, and they were saying it was over. Even I was thinking it was over. I'm like, you know, maybe the door has been shut on the runners. But guess what? You are the last hope. Do you feel like, you know, you still got the advantage, even though, you know, now we think the run is, you know, been put in the box? Do you feel like you still have the advantage since you were the last runner left versus all these passers?
I still feel like that because I'm not winning games because of offense. Every single game I've won, if you probably average my points per game allowed, it's probably the lowest in the tournament. So I'm winning games off defense. And going into this tournament, I went in with the theory, you know, the saying everybody says, offense wins games, but defense wins championships. I know if I can play defense, that's how I'm going to win. I've always gone the opposite way, and I've always spent cap on offense because I thought I was good enough on defense. This tournament, I kind of did the opposite, and I said, okay, I'm going to win games on defense, and if I win this tournament, it's because I'm the best defensive player. And I've been finding a few runs. I did do a ton of lab work. I've ran a million run. I've ran every single run play in Oakland playbook against the defense that, every single defense that I've seen. And then also, while I've been doing that, like, we've basically been having a 4-person lab session. I'm playing either VY, Tony, or Chise, and we're all just trying to find runs. And then the other 2 are playing each other, and they're all trying to find runs. So we got 4 of the best Madden minds in the world trying to find runs, and it's been working out. I knew that game that he was going to be running, you know, the same defense he ran because obviously he bagged me. So I found some good runs against that, and I was doing something where I was double teaming his end where I knew he wouldn't be able to shoot that gap, and obviously he couldn't prepare for that because he hadn't seen me play yet. So, you know, it's a lot of lab work, and it's mostly defense. I'm not really winning games on offense. I'm not scoring a lot of points. I probably have more points on defense than offense. So, you know, if I win, it's going to be because of defense.
All right, well, congratulations yet again, Joke, and we will see you in your first Madden Bowl championship game in just a few minutes. Take care, man. We'll see you in a bit. So the finals are set. Coming up later, we will have D-Croft versus Joe for the Madden NFL 20 belt. But in the meantime, when we come back, we will announce the winner of the Snickers Moment of the Year. Who will win the year's supply of Snickers for the best moment this year? We will find out. The Madden NFL 20 Bowl is presented by Creamy Snickers. You're not smooth when you're hungry. The Madden NFL 20 Bowl is also brought to you in part by Pizza Hut.
No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Big day of closet organizing and jigsaw puzzling? Get Pizza Hut's Big Dinner Box. 2 medium pizzas, breadsticks, and your choice of pasta or wings. Sealed for your safety, all in one box. Choose contactless delivery or new curbside pickup at pizzahut.com.
This party's garbage.
That bad, huh?
It is that bad. It's like a bag of zeros.
Try this creamy Snickers. You could use a little smoothness.
Is that one of the zeros?
Get smooth with the fresh ground nut butters and creamy Snickers.
Join NFL stars competing in a special virtual tournament to benefit Feeding America. The Fox Esports Madden NFL Invitational, May 22nd on FS1.
Today I want to use my voice to showcase a real hero, Dr. Evan Shannon. I want to thank Tracy Thomas,
Dr. Josh Hughes, Haley Wickenheiser,
Dr. Missy.
Savannah Stewart.
Thank you for all that you're doing. Nobody knew this was coming, but you guys stepped up.
The countless hours you spend at the hospital, coming in on your days off.
What she's doing to help other people, putting her health at risk and her family, her beloved ones.
When I had the virus, I was a little nervous, a little scared. So just being able to just be there.
Thank you, Henry, for bringing your A game every single day. You cheer for us, I want to cheer for you. So get up, Nicole, let's go!
Let's go. Yeah! Stay strong, Doc.
Can be more proud of having you in New Jersey.
You're the true queen, the real hero.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Madden NFL 20 Bowl. We take another peek inside our Snickers Virtual Players Lounge, where we find D. Croft and Joke enjoying what will likely be their last peaceful moment before battling for another $40,000 in our Madden Bowl final, which is just right around the corner. And speaking of Snickers, all season long we've been selecting nominees for the Snickers Moment of the Year. These are the 4 nominees that had the Madden community and gave a chance to vote on this week at Madden League Ops on Twitter. You see our own Serious Mo on this list. Voting closed yesterday, and we are getting ready to announce the results and talk to our winner. Hello, once again, I am Evan Rayner. With me, we have one great user, and we're also now joined by Skimbo, who will be calling our final with Josh Lewin and who won the Snickers Moment of the Year last season. Our Madden Bowl final is coming up shortly, but fellas, it is the moment of truth for the Snickers Moment of the Year. Skimbo, you took this last year, and the winner receives a year's supply of Snickers. So the question is, have you finished that year's supply?
Well, actually, I feel like they gave me more than a year's supply, so shout out to Snickers for that. And yeah, it was finished in about 5 months. I didn't eat it all myself. I gave away a bunch to friends and family, but it lasted about 5 months.
Well, Skim, I want to ask, just, this is a pretty prestigious award. The whole community gets involved. How much did it mean to you to actually win it?
It was kind of like it caught me off guard because I really didn't know this was going to be a thing. And then all of a sudden I look at the polls, I look at the voting, I'm thinking, man, I actually have a chance to win this award. Am I really about to get a year's worth of Snickers? And next thing you know, it shows up on my door. It's over 365 Snickers. So it meant a lot to me, though, being the first one.
User, you and our own Serious Mo have had quite a bit of back and forth on who should win this Moment of the Year. But with Mo not here, do you want to make one last argument for who you think should win?
Finally, I can give Bugatti Boogs Play the credit without worrying about the slander and free of judgment. Finally. Yes, everyone knows Bugatti Boogs Play was one of the best plays of the year. It is #1 in my book. I mean, let's be real, people. We've been watching this tournament all week. Have you seen any block kicks? Nonetheless, have you seen any block kicks for 6? No, you have not. That is a once-in-a-lifetime moment, people. I know the voting is closed, but if you didn't vote for it, you were on the wrong side.
Hey, User, you have good points, man. You really do. But Volt's run, it kind of won him $100,000, and Boog's run, block, whatever, kind of got bounced the next game, I believe. And that's our guy. Don't get me wrong. That's our boy. I've been boys with him for years, but you got to call spade a spade here. Voltrax won pretty much $100,000 with that one run.
Skim, I thought I was going to be good since Mo wasn't here, but I see you have no problem just picking up the mantle.
Okay, before we share the results from the voting on Twitter by the community, let's take a quick spin through our 4 nominees for the Snickers Moment of the Year.
4th and 6, he's going for it. Trying to keep the drive alive and win his first belt. Prescott does it! What are they talking about? He has come all the way back.
That's vintage Mo. There should be.
It's a 45-yarder. Here comes the block! We're headed for overtime unless we get a return by Troy P.
Let's go! Don't get caught!
It's the craziest game of Madden of all time, and Boogs is moving on to the final. It'll be a long one from there. It'll be 61 yards, and he'll hand it off one more time. Little stop and go, little spin to the other way, and Chris Johnson.
No way.
No way. He's gonna get it. Voltarex with maybe the craziest run I've ever seen.
So much defense. So much defense.
Noah has done it. He is your Madden NFL 20 Challenge champ.
How about the performance from the 17-year-old all week long?
And the community has spoken. The winner of the Snickers Moment of the Year is Voltrax's super sticky run with CJ2K at the Club Championship. Volt's play took over 40% of the vote and takes the Moment of the Year in deciding fashion, just like he did the Club Championship. Here's one more look at Volt's show-stopping play.
So we went from 128 players down to just 2. It almost feels like the man versus the machine. It'd be a long one from there. It'd be 61 yards. And he'll hand it off one more time. Little stop and go. Little spin to the other way. And Chris Johnson.
No way.
No way. He's going to get it. Voltarex with maybe the craziest run I've ever seen.
Oh my goodness. Did you guys just see him take 2 steps back after he got the ball and just kind of wait there? Left for his lineman to get up the field for the blocks. That was disgusting.
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? That might have been the nastiest run we've seen in the last 5 years of FCS play. Look at Volt, he stops, waits, spin, Ixon, me versus you, Drini, what you got? I'm gonna outrun you. Oh my goodness, that was amazing. And look at the players' lounge.
Drini knows he's outmatched, but there is your champ. And really, the entire tournament was never in question.
This is amazing. I mean, I've been playing Madden now since 2016, and I've never made a deep run in the tournament, and this is the first time, and I'm just glad I could come out with the championship.
And now we are joined by the winner of the Snickers Moment of the Year, and he is, of course, Voltarax. Volt, first of all, congratulations, and we see that you already have your year's supply of Snickers in place. Your thoughts on being recognized for the best moment in Madden competitive this year?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I mean, I wouldn't expect this going into the year, but I ended up cooking up a play for like 3 deep situations, and it ended up working out. I'm just glad that it did.
Volt, we've all seen that play now 100 times, but take us through your perspective on why you think others believe that was truly such an amazing play.
Well, I was up 4 before. I was going to be up 4 going into half versus Drini, and he was going to get the ball, so it was going to be a 1-possession game. But that actually made it a 2-possession game, and that made it really hard for him to come back, and that's what I feel like solidified the belt right there.
Hey, Volt, Skim here. Want to say congratulations, like everyone else is going to say to you. But I have a question. So you're having all these Snickers. With me, I gave it to my family. I gave it to my friends. What are you going to do? Do you plan on keeping it all for yourself, or are you going to give some away?
No, I'm definitely going to split it up around the family. I'm not. There's no way I'd eat all these, but yeah, just spread it around the family and give it to whoever wants them, really.
Take my advice, though. Be careful when you do that, because there are days I wish I still had a Snickers. However, I already ate them all or gave them away. And also, going into next year, I have a question for you. You know, you won a belt. Now you get to add on to your legacy. Are you more hungry next year than you've ever been, or are you going to have that same approach you had this year?
I'm always going to have the same approach. Like, I always want to win. Like, I'll put the time in. It's just if I can execute.
Volt, what's going on, man? This user, man. You know, I heard that Grandpa Volt really inspired you to draw up or cook up that play. How true is that? How Grandpa Volt have an impact on that play?
Yeah, so a couple years back, he told me I needed to come up with a trick play to catch people off guard, and that run before 3 deep, that's what it was. I put a lot of prep into it. Like, I got a lot of reps versus it online, and it worked out in the end.
Amazing story. All right, Volt, congratulations again on being recognized for the Snickers Moment of the Year. Enjoy your Snickers, and best of luck next season.
Thank you, Evan.
All right, guys, it was great chatting with Volt. He's a super humble guy, and honestly, that play was amazing. I think the community definitely got this one right with Volt, and Skimbo, I think you'd agree.
Absolutely, they got it right. I don't want to hear another word from user, honestly, on that topic either, because that's a play you dream of. You dream of something like that. Like, what's like a play that's going to make me seal a game to win $100,000? And yes, it happened in a half, but that stick work, that setup, like to do that on the biggest stage of the year, that's impressive.
But guess what? You do get one word. You understand what I'm saying? And you know, you're lucky I'm not a hater. Otherwise, I would start slandering the play, saying he didn't shake anybody with the spin move and all that. But that's not what I'm going to do here, you know? Maybe I'm on the wrong side of destiny here, but, you know, congratulations to Volt. You know, y'all like to play. He got sticky icky on Drini. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Skimbo, for hanging out with us. You're going to call the final later with Josh Lewin, so we'll see you in just a bit. All right, that's the Snickers Moment of the Year, but the next big moment of the night is right around the corner. Coming up, it's the finals of the Madden Bowl between D. Croft and Joe. We preview our championship match when we return to the Madden NFL 20 Bowl.
If you're over mac and cheese and PB&Js, have we got good news for you. Right now, get Pizza Hut's best delivery deal. Large pizzas with up to 3 toppings for just $9.99. Available for carryout or contactless delivery at pizzahut.com.
Oh, no, don't pressure me.
This party's garbage.
That bad, huh?
It is that bad. It's like a bag of zero.
Try this creamy Snickers. You could use a little smoothness.
Is that one of the zeros?
Get smooth with the fresh ground nut butters and creamy Snickers.
Join NFL stars competing in a special virtual tournament to benefit Feeding America. The Fox Esports Madden NFL Invitational, May 22nd on FS1.
Today I want to use my voice to showcase a real hero, Dr. Evan Shannon.
I want to thank Tracy Thomas,
Dr. Josh Hughes, Haley Wickenheiser,
Dr. Missy,
Savannah Stewart,
Thank you for all that you're doing. Nobody knew this was coming, but you guys stepped up.
the countless hours you spend at the hospital, coming in on your days off.
What she's doing to help other people, putting her health at risk and her family, her beloved ones.
When I had the virus, I was a little nervous, a little scared. So just being able to just be there.
Thank you, Henry, for bringing your A game every single day. You cheer for us, I want to cheer for you. So get up, Nicole, let's go!
Let's go. Yeah! Stay strong, Doc.
Can be more proud of having my jersey.
You're the true queen, the real hero.
Thank you. Thank you.
Community. It keeps us connected, even when unseen enemies drive us apart. The Madden competitive community is no stranger to sticking together.
Let's go!
And when their most prestigious event, the Madden Bowl, was threatened by the new normal, the community collectively logged in to stay and play.
Stay and play.
Stay and play.
Stay and play.
And it's taken all year to whittle down to this collection of the best players of the year.
Ah, let's go, baby!
And now, here they are, safe at home, but battling for the most coveted title in the sport, Madden Bowl champion.
For the championship. For the championship.
This is their Super Bowl.
One stop ended.
This is the event.
Let's go!
And yet, this one is different than those before it for all of us. Competitors separated by hundreds or thousands of miles, competing against one another with everything they have.
Oh my God!
Been yet closer than ever before. Even when standing alone, more connected than ever. Fixated on the same intense goal to become named Madden Bowl champion.
Welcome back to the Madden NFL 20 Bowl. Here's one last look inside the Snickers Virtual Players Lounge as our final two competitors, Joke and D-Croft, get ready for the biggest Madden game of the year. A match worth $40,000 to the winner. Welcome back to the Madden NFL 20 Bowl. I'm Evan Rayner, joined alongside my good friend Serious Mo and one great user. I want to welcome in once again those perhaps taking their first spin with Madden Competitive on ESPN. Guys, we are finally here. It's grand finals for the Madden Bowl. The winner takes home $65,000 and is recognized as the best player of the year. User, how excited are you?
Man, I'm super excited, man, because now we about to see who the best Madden Bowl player is from Madden 20. You know, it's all the talk. Everyone always says, oh, well, I'm thinking about the beginning of the year, the end. All that doesn't matter, man. Bump him. It's the guy who wins this belt right here. And as you see, D-Croft has already fought through the fire. Joke has been the hottest guy all year. We're about to see the best matchup, the guy who's been the best all year and the guy who's the hottest right now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You know, D-Croft still trying to make a name for himself, really. He finds himself in the finals of this tournament. But I'm just going to say it. If he's not able to come through right here, no one's going to be thinking about this run because this is all about Joke right now. If Joke's able to get this win, solidify himself as a top 5, top 10 Madden player of all time, that's all anyone's thinking about. So for D-Croft, he's got to find a way to battle. Nobody's thinking about him winning this game. Everybody's looking at Joke.
All right, let's pull up the bracket to see who we got here in this marquee matchup final. Earlier, D-Croft beat Clef the God in our first semifinals, 21-14. And just moments ago, Joke beat Pavin in the other semis. So it is Joke and D-Croft just moments away to play for a game worth $40,000. User, what do you think will make the difference in this final game of the season? Let's talk a little bit about Joke first.
Preparation, as you can hear Joke telling you, you know, EMB, they prepared him. Not only is he labbing himself, he got somebody else labbing for him. Like, look, we basically got 4 people cooking at the same time. Do you understand? I'm cooking grits, he cooking grits. We all cooking grits, even though I'm just the one playing right here. And that's hard to beat. When you got 4 minds labbing to try to make sure they cook up something, man, I don't know how, you know, D-Croft is going to be able to compete. But, hey, he's here. We'll be able to see in just a few.
All right, Mo, you said it's kind of like do or die here. You have this great season, you finish, you get your belt, or you got second and no one really remembers that. How does D-Croft match up against Joke? And speak a little bit about what D-Croft is going to do to maybe stop Joke in his tracks.
So at the beginning of the club series, we found out that D-Croft had the best run defense in the game. Everybody just calls it the D-Croft D. So D-Croft's going to be really prepared on defense. But then on the other side of that, if Joke is able to force a turnover, I love Joke in this matchup. But for D-Croft, he has to find a way, no matter what. He cannot turn the ball over. He cannot force a fumble. He cannot throw a pick. He has to play super clean on offense or this game could get ugly.
Yeah, you're right. It could get ugly. But guess what? You're going against one of the best defensive players. And I hate to say all time because I feel like you're disrespecting the past. But you know, I'm going to go ahead and ride with it today. Try to give him a little juice, put the battery in his back. Yeah, top 5 defensive player all time, and that's what he prepared on. Everyone's talking about the run, but you heard him say, I got here off my defense. Defense wins championships, and that's what he's counting on to bring him the first belt.
Yeah, I love Joke's approach to the game. You know, regardless of what happens, you know, if he executes or not, I love his approach to the game. He's the best defensive player in the world, and he's stacked that defense. He's making life even easier on himself.
Yeah, you know, you saying regardless of what happened, but listen, Mo, you already know me. I'm one of them guys. Joke got to win. He got to win, because if he don't win, we going to be talking crazy just like we always talk crazy. Joke good, Joke is good, he this, he that, but listen, he can't get the job done. So, you know, to me, it matters, and it matters to everybody in the Madden community. Because, you know, we will get the chirping at you if Joke get popped. He done came close too many times. He got to pull it out.
And you know it matters to Joke. I mean, we've heard him kind of pass by that question whenever we ask him. He is laser focused here. And you know what? I'm going to ask you guys to get laser focused because this is the last one. Mo, I'll start with you. Who are you going for to predict to win the Madden Bowl?
I'm going with my heart, man. I've known Joke 10+ years. When I first started traveling to tournaments, me and Joke were in the same little crew, you know, always rooting for each other to win the tournaments, always found ourselves playing in the finals of these tournaments. So for me, just strictly based on my heart and my I want Joke to win this game. So that's who I got winning it.
All right, user, you know, you went like 0-15 for the first week. Then yesterday you went like 4-1. But this is it. You're 1-1. This could absolve all your sins if you get this right. Who do you have winning the Madden Bowl?
Don't y'all just hate when somebody just bring up the past? Like, I am doing good. Like, I've changed my life. We're on a streak here. And you bringing up the past, Evan? Come on now, let me live. Listen, I'm going with my heart. I'm going with my gut. Everyone in the Madden community right now is pulling for Joke. We are tired of hearing the stories, all these trips to the finals, 11 live appearances. We are tired. We are tired of the stats czar Donnie Moore just shooting all the stats like, you know, Joke is really one of the best players of all time. But he don't have a belt. And today, he gets his belt.
Let's go, user. I'm so happy to see us on the same side, man. It seems like we've been against each other for weeks now. And I'm just glad, you know, this last game that we're gonna you know, do a little pregame show together. We can kind of just hug it out and be brothers for once.
That's true, Mo. You know, you're my brother, man. You know, no matter if you went 0-3, I didn't mean to bring up your past, my guy. We on the same page. Please don't fire no shots at me. I don't know why they came in my head, but you're right. Joke is gonna get this done today, man. I'm gonna give you a virtual hug from the virtual, you know, broadcast booth, my guy. We gonna rock this out.
Well, win or lose, you guys are together, which is kind of heartwarming for me on the side as well. Okay, we're ready, and our competitors, they're ready. We've got a game of Madden coming up that's worth $40,000 and a place in history to the winner right after this break.
The Madden NFL 20 Bowl is presented by Creamy Snickers. You're not smooth when you're hungry. The Madden NFL 20 Bowl is also brought to you in part by Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Big day of closet organizing and jigsaw puzzling? Get Pizza Hut's Big Dinner Box. 2 medium pizzas, breadsticks, and your choice of pasta or wings. Sealed for your safety, all in one box. Choose contactless delivery or new curbside pickup at pizzahut.com.
This party's garbage.
That bad, huh?
It is that bad. It's like a bag of zeros.
Try this creamy Snickers. You could use a little smoothness.
Is that one of the zeros?
Get smooth with the fresh ground nut butters and creamy Snickers.
Join NFL stars competing in a special virtual tournament to benefit Feeding America. The Fox Esports Madden NFL Invitational, May 22nd on FS1.
Today I want to use my voice to showcase a real hero, Dr. Evan Shannon.
I want to thank Tracy Thomas,
Dr. Josh Hughes, Haley Wickenheiser,
Dr. Missy,
Savannah Stewart.
Thank you for all that you're doing. Nobody knew this was coming, but you guys stepped up.
The countless hours you spend at the hospital, coming in on your days off.
What she's doing to help other people, putting her health at risk and her family, her beloved ones.
When I had the virus, I was a little nervous, a little scared. So just being able to just be there.
Thank you, Henry, for bringing your A game every single day. You cheer for us, I want to cheer for you. So get up, Nicole, let's go!
Let's go. Yeah! Stay strong, Doc.
Can be more proud of having you in my jersey.
You're the true queen, the real hero.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Madden NFL 20 Bowl. As a reminder, this tournament has a prize pool of $220,000, with $65,000 overall going to first place and our winner of the next game. The championship game is worth $40,000 on its own. But it's not all about the money. I mean, it's a little about the money, let's be honest. But it's not all about the money. It's also about this belt, the Madden NFL 20 belt. It's 24 karat gold with lots of rhinestone, and it goes with everything. We will have a special virtual ceremony to present the belt with a very special NFL guest. And pretty soon, one of these two players will be wearing that belt. And for the call of the match, we toss it out to Josh Lewin and Michael Skimbo.
I appreciate you, Evan Rayner, very much. We're taking a look at a big opportunity for two guys who have never won a belt. And Michael Skimbo, you've won 3 of those bad boys. So take me through the heart rate right now. Both these guys are this close.
You know, they can act like they're calm and, and cool, but there's just always something different being in the finals. And for both these guys, they've never won the belt. You got Joke, who's been so close. You got Decroft, that's just having this miracle run right now, and he finds himself in the finals. You know, either way, whoever wins, they're going to be a true champion. This is going to be a great game.
We were listening to Decroft freestyling Eminem the other day, talking about his one shot, his one opportunity. This is it for a guy who was 1 year old when that song came out, by the way. Lose yourself.
Well, my key for the game for Decroft is how is he going to execute this awesome offense that he has? We all know Joke has great bunch defense, but I was just asking myself, has he seen Decroft's offense? How much reps has he had? But then I find out later that Joke has been playing against Decroft. So this whole time I'm thinking, how's he going to deal with it? How's he going to deal with it? We just found out just in an interview that these guys were practicing together before this. So the fact that they're in the finals and they were lab partners, this is going to be a true chess match.
$40,000 chess match, and here we go. Let's Madden. Franco Harris, the former Steelers great, will rumble towards the sideline, and that's how we get going. Joke repping the Titans will go first. Daniel Mycroft is only 19 years old. Here he is in a final. And as we look at the abilities, what he's loaded up his guys with, we'll take a look and ask Skimbo about all this.
Well, he's got this Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. That escape artist is going to be big for him, but the reason why he really uses him is because of that fast release. Get the ball out of your hands quick. He's got that John Ross there with Slot Apprentice. That gives him 4 additional hot routes. Keep an eye on that Jensen, though. He's going to give him a bunch of time in the pocket. Look for Joke to really blitz, and then you got to pay attention to that inside stuff. He is going to try to clock those runs, and on offense, he'll be running the New England Patriots, and on defense, the Green Bay Packers.
Decroft was 50th on the points board this year. This guy was number 1. And again, looking for belt number 1. Even though he's taken those earnings up around $200,000, it's all about the jewelry. He's got a chance for the belt, and the look here at the abilities for Joke.
Well, you look at these abilities, I'll tell you what they mean. He's got this Mac at center with identifier. That means he'll be able to see exactly who Decroft is using on. But look at these tackles, that nasty streak. That means if they get to that second level and block a DB or a safety, they're going to put them in the dirt. So you got to make sure if you're Decroft, don't get touched by them. But look for that Frank Clark to be a big key in this game on defense for Joke. He's put a lot of cap in him. And for playbooks, on offense, he's going to be in this Oakland Raiders, run heavy. He's just going to run the ball. And on defense, the Miami Dolphins.
Let's get this thing going. Let's Madden. You mentioned that addition of Frank Clark. That's a guy that was just added this week for Decroft. And man, oh man, what a payoff already. 5.5 sacks in the semifinal win that we saw on the way to 12 sacks total in that game. But here's the thing. This will probably be a 0-sack game for Decroft here because Joke never passes. And I say that literally. He's run 130 plays in this tournament. He has passed not even once. And in fact, that's a punter at quarterback. Tress Way hands it off. Gale Sayers gets decked.
That's just how it is. These guys really commit to the run. They're not going to bring a quarterback. You're going to see run, and they won't be afraid to punt. But, yes, the Frank Clark's wasting cap for Decroft, but he's got that Jerome Baker with inside stuff to help blow up these runs.
255s on your screen. Frank Clark, one-time Seahawk, who's certainly the favorite team of Decroft. And Jerome Baker of the Dolphins. There's Gale Sayers scooting outside. and dragged down from behind. That's a pretty nice tackle right there, too, by a card that's been very valuable, Marshon Lattimore.
Absolutely. He's about 98, 99 speed, cheap cap. He's a great card to have. But Deecroft's in this new defense. He is known for a specific run defense, a 3-4, but he's not in it. He's in this 3-3-5 wide so far, and he spreads his line, and he tries to shoot the gap with that read at linebacker.
Lattimore, by the way, had the game-ending sack against Pavin for Joke. And here's Sayers tripping his way left. It's only 3 yards on 3 carries to make it 4th and 7. The Deecroft defense standing up.
Huge stop to start the game. But honestly, with Joke, he spent so much cap on his defense. He's okay with punting the ball here. And it's a great punt. I believe it's going right out of bounds. Perfect punt.
You know, just back to that run game that Deecroft has got to stop. Gale Sayers, for Joke, went for 343 against Volterax, who's supposed to have an airtight defense. There was a 95-yard touchdown run in there. There's been some big plays from Deecroft on offense. We've seen his Hollywood Brown get loose. 93-yard touchdown earlier today. He had a 99-yarder a couple days ago.
Well, that's just how he plays. He actually wants to take the underneath, the underneath, the underneath. But when he finally catches you sleeping and you're trying to get greedy and you're trying to take away the underneath, that's when he'll pull out a bomb play and he'll find a broken coverage over the top.
Well, coming into today, Daniel Mycroft had made around $20,000 in his Madden career. Already, he's banked $25,000 today. And he's got a chance for 40 more right here. His first opportunity. Although he's a big-time Seahawks fan, young Kiv claimed the Seahawks uniforms in this tournament, so he's going Bengals because of his love of Joe Mixon. There's no love at all. Coming in hot again, that's Lattimore, this time for Joe.
See, it's a very interesting, I think it's too early for me to say this, but that first play, I feel like Deecroft's kind of outthinking himself. I haven't seen him call that route combo the first play of the game in any game he's played. But like I said, him and Joe played a bunch. So it just makes you kind of wonder, does he feel like what got him here isn't enough for Joe? That's going to be something interesting to look for.
It's the old I know what you know that you know thing. And I think we'll go back and forth on that this entire game with 40 grand and a belt on the line. And Aaron Rodgers at quarterback here. He'll scamper and get decked at the 15-yard line, so with 3rd and long.
You know, in this position, I look for Joke to really send the house here and just give him something underneath to force a 4th down. However, his coverage defense has been perfect. No one's been open anytime. But I'm just trying to put myself in Joke's shoes. I'm looking for him to really try to blitz right here.
Joke in his 11th EA major. He's been 2nd once, 3rd twice, 5th twice, 9th twice. So close so often. Can he finally run all the way through the tape on national television today? Thanks to our ESPN partnership. Thanks to everybody at EA Sports. It's been a tremendous tournament. Josh Lewin, Michael Skimbo, privileged to bring it to you. Aaron Rodgers goes down. There's Lattimore one more time.
Well, it's exactly what I was trying to think Joke would do. He sent everyone. You see, he's disguising his coverage well. He's bringing these slot corners right on the line. Sometimes they're jumping in coverage, and sometimes they are coming at the quarterback. And right there on that 3rd and 15, he sent everyone at him, and now they just traded stops. Joke's right back on serve.
In a lickety-split first quarter. Now, we should mention with Joke, he was a high school point guard for a good program. I would suggest to you, Skimbo, that's a transferable skill set to Madden, right? Point guard, you got to see what's in front of you and react in a flash.
Yeah, but I can't believe he's punting down the middle. He's giving him a chance to return it. Oh, it could have been a bigger play than what it was. But believe it or not, I've actually played basketball with Joe, because sometimes we all get together at these Madden tournaments and we all go out. And we played ball before, and believe it or not, he is actually a really good point guard.
I believe it. And he's a very good Madden player, just doesn't have the belt yet. If he gets one here, Gale Sayers will lead the way. The Kansas Comet.
And I have to pick up with what I heard. I believe if he does win a belt, I would put him as probably number 5 or number 6 on an all-time list. But, like, it's just, you know, he probably wants this. Him and his crew want Joke to win this belt so bad. He's had so many chances. He's just got to put it together.
He's been Mr. Almost in this Madden universe. And Sayers just playing bumper cars right there.
Whew. Josh, speaking of almost, he's had 2 chances to just pop these runs. You see these safeties for Decroft. They're going to try to shoot the gap, and if they miss, he's gone. Oh, man.
Yeah, he almost had the wiggle right there, too. Just trying to squirm forward. He gets the first down as we get out of the first quarter. We got 5 minutes on the clock. That is Madden length of quarters here. And again, if you're new to Madden, this is a salary cap mode that we're in, right? So even though you're seeing Titans uniforms here, you're not going to see very many, if any, actual Tennessee Titans. Sayers again gets crushed.
Absolutely. You're going to see different players from different teams all in these uniforms they're rocking. And early, Decroft just went right back in his run defense. He's known for this 3-4 pinch. He's going to put a user in the box. Watch his user. He's going to try to loop around and blow up runs himself.
Then Gale Sayers finally popped free here at the 43-yard line going in a scoreless game. 40 grand on the line, and number 40 able to get past the 40. And, you know, Skimbo, since you're a part-time golfer, I'm going to put it in this realm for you here. Phil Mickelson, for 12 years, was described as the best player to never win a major. I mean, in a 5-year stretch, he had 17 top 10 finishes, never an actual win, no green jackets, no trophies. And finally, he won the Masters and got that monkey off his back. This is the Masters, right? I mean, this is the green jacket of Madden, this particular tournament.
Absolutely. I agree with that as Decroft calls the timeout. That was actually referenced as me as one time because I lost a couple finals before I won my first belt a couple years ago. So I've been in his shoes, and it's one of those deals. Once you win one, you just start rolling. It's just, and he could start rolling because he's always consistent. But remember who his kicker is in this down. He's got a 3rd and 7. He does not need to lose about 4 yards, and he should be good for a field goal at least.
Yeah, Zane Gonzalez, his kicker, might not need him. Gale Sayers will blast forward close to the 25-yard line, move those chains.
Great run stick right there. Like I said, you guys got to pay attention to Decroft's user. He's really trying to blow up these runs. However, I've said this, they've had rep. Joke knows how to get his user caught up, so he's going with this dive and then popping it to the outside.
Remember, he's got the nasty streak on a couple of these old linemen. Got the identifier on the center, Alex Mack. So a strong firewall in front of Gale Sayers. 3:20 to go first half and still no score. So we'll see here if Joe can push that throttle down. Not yet. Again, close, but can't quite turn the corner. That's 10 rushes for Sayers, averaging about 3 per carry.
Yeah, and I want to explain this to the viewers at home very closely. Look at his top 2 safeties. They are in spies. They're going to commit fully on the run. He has Joe Thomas at wide receiver on the right side. He is not going to pass. So if you're thinking at home, if he just passes the ball, puts a guy on a streak, it's a touchdown. That is right. However, he didn't bring a quarterback or wide receivers. So watch these safeties really get down the box when it's snapped.
Somewhere Joe Thomas is watching this going, really? I'm out wide. Sayers getting wide, getting loose. Touchdown!
Just it's exactly what I said. He's found a run. He's found this dive call and then popping it to the left. He's had a lot of success, and it was only a matter of time before he broke one for a touchdown.
You just pound away and pound away. You tenderize the meat right before it barbecues fully. And there's Gale Sayers trotting into the end zone, a 7-0 lead. Mostert wrapped up. Had a big kick return for Decroft a little while ago. Here's your Snickers replay.
Just that simple dive, pop to the left, and that's Gale Sayers with 99 speed. If he's got open grass, you're not going to catch him.
One of the really fun things you and I have talked about at Skimbo, when you marry gameplay with NFL history, and everybody's now Googling Gale Sayers, I invite you to do that. What a tremendous player he was. Like Barry Sanders, born in Wichita, Kansas. You might have to Google Barry Sanders, depending on how old you are. But for young, for old, everybody in the middle, it's fun. I know you don't have to.
I was about to say, Josh, you know where I'm from, man? I'm from Oklahoma. How do I not know who Barry Sanders is? You kidding me?
Tell him to okay. Tell him
I
to
should
go
have been a little
outside.
bit more
There's no way
specific.
he
Not
should
you.
accept that.
You don't
I
have to
literally
find our
cannot
friend
change my
Mr. Google.
ankle.
All right, so a technical timeout here. Decroft was a little bit frustrated with his console in game one today. Are you seeing anything or hearing anything, Skimbo, that leads you to believe he's got a point?
Well, I'll just let everyone know what happened. You know, I've played this game way too much, so just know I understand what's going on. So what happened is he came to the line of scrimmage, and he couldn't snap the ball. Sometimes that happens. You take the delay. For the most part, we're going to decline. You see Joke accepted it, but what Decroft's trying to tell him, I couldn't snap the ball. Hopefully they get this worked out. Either way, 1st and 10, 1st or 15, Decroft's going to have to come through this, you know, and put this drive together, because being down 7-0 to a runner, you don't ever want that to happen.
Still looking like a cool customer is Daniel Mycroft, and you and I have kind of joked about it. I think everybody in the Madden community now is kind of fascinated with how this guy, who's the son of an Englishman, is a very polite, almost exceedingly polite dude. And then he gets into the heat of battle in Madden, and it's like you're listening to 50 Cent all of a sudden. I mean, he will let the expletives fly during a Madden game, but then it's, oh, pleasure to meet you. So nice to make your acquaintance as soon as the game is over.
Yeah, you know, playing sports all my life, I've always told coaches, whatever, and about certain pro athletes back in the day, nicest guys off the court, off the field. But as soon as they get in competition mode and they get on that field, or in this case, Decroft gets onto the sticks, it's just like something just flips, like a different, like a switch. It's like just something just changes where they become this competitive monster, and they will do whatever it takes to win.
As for Joke, and again, he says he's done everything but win a belt. I mean, he's won underground tournaments, but that's obviously not the same as actually getting a belt. He struck first in this one, Skimbo, and as you said, it was just a matter of time before he popped one with Gale Sayers.
Yeah, right here. Like I said, this dive bounced to the left. The user just wasn't there. And look at this blocking in the top right. You know, just everyone was just, it was a hat on a hat, and that's Gale Sayers. You're just not going to catch him.
It's all about the run game and defense for this man now. But, you know, just a few Madden Bowls ago, Madden Bowl 17, this is a guy that was involved in a game that had 81 points in it, right? He was playing I'm Wild. That was a 47-34 game. But it's just that the meta now, I think, rewards the running, rewards the defense, so he's made that flip.
Yeah, and this style honestly fits Joke. I've known this guy for years. He's always gotten in trouble because he just throws picks in the worst time. However, when you don't have a quarterback, you can't throw picks. You're just going to run the ball. So the only mistake you make is not getting a first down.
And the one time he almost turned it over, as we get to the 2-minute warning, in that semifinal game, there was that big hit from Pavin. He coughed the ball up, and it bounced right to Eli Manning, of all people.
I saw that was a crazy play, but if you pay attention to the game right there, Joke actually just called a timeout. I love that timeout. His defense is so good. He doesn't want an adjustment to be wrong. Guys, pro players, they make these crazy adjustments. I know everything looks the same on offense, and it even looks the same on defense, but nothing's ever the same.
Negative yards in this game so far for Decroft. Here comes the heat, and down he goes, and to put it in that Eminem parlance, Mom Spaghetti is on that Seahawks polo right now.
Everything was just bagged. Joke had perfect defense. I thought this motion over slant going across the middle was going to be open. Then he had a match concept. It's called a 3-rec on the field. It matched perfectly. No one was open. Great defense by Joke.
Brings up a 3rd and 12, and Decroft, who really can air it out. I mean, we've seen it so many times. Negative 12 yards so far in this game. And about to get hit, he'll take off and run, but not get too far. Another 4th down is forced.
It is, and I'm going to say this. This is a smart punt, and you're going to think at home, of course it's a smart punt. It's 4th and 8. You know, you're in your own field position. However, with Madden, the games are so short. These guys still go for it right here. That's just the game we play because every possession is so important.
Oh, he kicked it to Dion again. And punting has not been a strong suit for Decroft this week. Got to be honest about that. But here he is at 19 years old. And just to reset it for you, hey, this guy needed an undefeated run in the last chance qualifiers, beating 4 club champions along the way, and a great player in Jay Wall twice. He's going to need a 4-game win streak right now if he's going to actually hoist a belt above his head. And I'd suggest to you, Skimbo, that's so tough with this field, right? We haven't seen anybody win 4 in a row yet in 2 weeks of playing Madden here.
It is. It's top-level Madden. It happens. It's so even. You know, anyone can win. It's just they're that good. But you got to go back to that last play. What a perfect user shoot by D. Croft, blowing up the run in the backfield and has those safeties come down to help clean up the mess.
If you're Joker, you're just trying to get that field goal, try to get it to around the 40-yard line so you can try to go up 10-zip.
Absolutely. He's going to take all this clock with him.
Sayers gets punished, but again got in the end zone once. So we take it down to 20 seconds left. It's a 3rd and 8.
I'm curious to see how Joke's going to play this. Do you try to run the ball with 1 second as he should? It doesn't look like he's going to call 2 plays. This is going to be the last play of the half.
One shot for Gale Sayers. He's got some open field and actually loses the football, but again a fumble recovery. Franco Harris scooped it up, and we get to break in a low-scoring 7-0 ball game with 40 grand and a belt on the line.
Josh, that was a scary way to end the half. There was open field for Joe. Oh, thank goodness this is the end of the year when D. Croft has all that speed on defense to catch up, because if that was a couple months ago, he's not getting caught.
7-0 because of a 24-yard touchdown run from the great Gale Sayers. And as we get set for the 3rd quarter now, did you know some of the competitors you've been seeing today are actually in Madden as coaches? If you look in the Ultimate Team menu for the competitive tab, you'll find the new Madden Bowl themed game day program. You can get Madden Pro players like Drini and Kiv, Clef, Mills, Henry. You can get MCS uniforms, lots of other exclusive content, so we do invite you to check it out. And we appreciate you checking out D. Croft against Joe Keir in the final. There is 19-year-old Daniel Mike Croft. At least he's got within 70 here, Skimbo, and he's got the ball.
He does, and what Joke's doing on offense is what they call in the Madden community the Oakland Tour. That means Joke is trying to come out in every run possible in this playbook to find a run that works versus D. Croft's defense. And as you see, it looks like Joke's found something with this dive and this bounce as soon as he gets the ball.
The belt that they're playing for, again, neither man has won one yet. Is that thing not gorgeous? 12 pounds. 700 rhinestones on that baby. And we'll have a ceremony after the game, even in this, as we call it, the new normal, where we can't literally just hand it off. And I'm assuming we don't have confetti traps up above the guys' heads here, so it's not going to be exactly like we always know it. But somebody is going to get that belt. Somebody is going to win the 40 grand, a 7-0 score at halftime.
That belt, Josh, is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, my belts I have don't look like that. I'm a little jealous.
Well, go cry into a big bag of money. You got 300 grand playing this game so far. Madden Pro 3-time belt winner Michael Skimbo. Here's that Chris Johnson, who's supposedly one of the best players you can have. This is not a completely loaded up version, though, right? Not a souped up Chris Johnson.
No, but it's good enough, and he has good speed. Look for D. Croft to really try to mix up these route combinations and different motioning, because so far, honestly, for Joke, his defense, everyone's been guarded.
Rodgers cannot escape. He gets belted. It's picked up by one of the offensive linemen. So this defense from Joke is no joke. It's 3rd and 7.
That could have been game-changing. If Joke's defender picks that up, it's a 2-possession game. That is a huge, huge break for D. Croft to not turn the ball over there. He's a little reckless with his quarterback, got popped, and thank goodness his lineman picked it up off the ground. That's a game-changing play.
Can he finally get a receiver open here? No, sir. Aaron Rodgers thrown down. And again, those 55s make so much noise in this game right now. Whether it's Frank Clark or Jerome Baker, you got trouble.
You're really giving me chances.
It is, but this is something I haven't seen enough when people play D. Croft. A lot of people just giving him time to do this motion over. Again, not a good punt by D. Croft.
And Dion will take it out to the 35-yard line. Will 7 points possibly be enough here? I mean, Joke was telling us yesterday when he ended up winning, if I get to 10, I love my chances. He's at 7 right now and looking great.
It's looking like it. This is Madden 20, so yes, 7 points is enough.
Oh, a chance right there to gun the engine and go deep. And a shoestring tackle to prevent it.
This is unbelievable. There are runs that are just looking like he's about to pop them.
Couldn't turn the corner. And that time it was Ward that got in there and knocked him over like a bowling pin. So with 2:35 to go in the third quarter, here is Joke looking for that first belt. Remember, this is 11th shot at it. His 11th time in an EA major. Will the 11th time be the charm? He's up by 7.
If you're looking at what he's doing, you guys are seeing he's going through all these plays. He's not actually going to call any of those plays, by the way. He's trying to give this Gale Sayers enough time to get his stamina back because he does not have a backup running back. Well, and looks like he's going to put his fullback in, Frank Harris, to take a snap because that's how tired Gale is.
Fastest fullback out there, Joke told us. And Franco Harris, 12 years with the Steelers, 1 with the Seahawks. Guy that went to 9 straight Pro Bowls, 4-time Super Bowl champion. So not a bad guy to bring off your bench.
I'm not sure. I'll be shocked. I want to, you know, Joe has a good mental. I'd be shocked if every time he snaps the ball, it's not, you know, it's going to be under 10 seconds. Like, he's going to try to end this game. This is about, he actually wants to make this the last drive if he possibly could.
We've got a first-time belt winner guaranteed. Gale Sayers, again, there was daylight, but it closed on him. It's going to be 3rd down.
Just pay attention to this clock. Let's see if he can snap the ball and get the play done under 40 seconds to take it to the 4th quarter. I'm not sure if he's thinking that far ahead, though. I would be. If I played his kind of style, I would not snap this ball until 1 second.
Zane Gonzalez, his kicker, about the best you can have for distance, right? So even 4 yards here, he's got a shot at a field goal, which would be huge.
Yes, and that's what he's doing. He's letting the clock go. He's trying to bounce in. He might have one.
He does have one. It's pay dirt. Jackpot for Joke.
Stevie, I love you.
It's just so smart. It's so smart because this is his game plan. He wants a low-scoring game. Look at him. He was taking all that clock away. And the fact you pop a touchdown when you're really just trying to milk someone out, that's the best feeling in the world as a runner this year in Madden 20.
Who was he shouting out there? He said, Stevie, I love you.
Hey, man, a lot of love in that crew. That crew goes deep, man. They got a lot of people in that crew.
The replay, the 46-yard run. Again, we thought he was just looking for maybe 3 or 4 to set up a field goal, but he found much more.
Absolutely, because he's been getting 3 or 4 every down. It's not like Decroft's had great run defense blowing it up. And now on this side of the ball, Decroft had 0 points, and we're almost in the 4th quarter. That is telling you how well Joke is managing this game.
Decroft is supposed to be a high-octane passer. 0 passing yards in this game.
It's just, so this is what Joke's doing. He's sending blitz, but it's a cover 2. He is depending on his user lurking 2 routes.
Oh, there's a completion. That was Dwight Freeney on the sack right before that, by the way. Dwight Freeney, a guy that actually won a Madden Bowl himself back when NFL players were playing. And here we are, Skimbo, 14-0 for Joke. That elusive belt is in sight now. 5 minutes left. And we'll see if he can hang on or not here. We're going to take a quick timeout for our friends on ESPN. We'll come back for the final 5 minutes in just a moment. And for those of you on Twitch and YouTube with us all day, it's time for the 4th quarter presented by Creamy Snickers. You're not smooth when you're hungry.
Oh, no, don't pressure me. This party's garbage.
That bad, huh?
It is that bad. It's like a bag of zeros.
Try this Creamy Snickers. You could use a little smoothness.
Is that one of the zeros?
Get smooth with the fresh ground nut butters and Creamy Snickers. And
for those of you watching us on Twitch, make sure your EA account is linked to your Twitch account. for a chance at a 95 overall Gronk. And if you tune in for an hour today of the Madden Bowl, you'll get a random 98-99 overall player from the top 5 of the NFL draft class of 2020. What a run it's been for the guy on the left, D. Croft from up near Seattle. But it's Joke ahead here, 14-0 with 5 minutes left. Skimbo, can Joke hang on and grab that first ever belt?
Unless something just magically happens, it's looking that way. His defense has been so sound. D. Croft just trying to call this slant post combo, and that user by Joke is taking away both routes. He's guarding both routes with one user.
Aaron Rodgers, a quarterback. Tyreek Hill, John Ross, Marquise Brown, all available. I mean, these are stud wide receivers, but they can't get open. Got it away. There's Tyreek Hill to move the chains.
Yeah, but like I say, watch this clock. It's going to tick, tick, tick. It just went down it just took off 25 seconds come out of play. He's got to move this ball quick. He's down 2 possessions. He's got to get stuff going quick.
Joke is the king of 3 or 4 minute possession. So yeah, got to strike and strike very quickly now. That won't help.
I love this defense Joke's doing. It's similar to what he does out of bunch. He's going to bring that corner on the left side in. He's going to act like he's blitzing both guys. Sometimes they're blitzing and sometimes they're dropping in coverage. And when they do drop in coverage, everyone is just bagged.
Tyreek Hill past the 40-yard line, so you're a little bit closer. But again, to your point, Skimbo, valuable time off the clock.
Absolutely, and Joke's fine with that. He's going to give you the underneath and keep you in bounds because he's about to clock himself out of this game.
Come on, Frank! Come on!
There's that heat, and Joke is even closer now.
Well, if you're D. Croft, you're upset. He invested heavily in a center to have these abilities to help block. However, Joke has also invested heavily in defense abilities, so he gets after the quarterback. At some point, you got to think something's got to give, and this is the biggest play of the game.
Yep, needing 9 yards to keep it alive here. Run heavy Joke. If he gets it back, he'll just milk clock and head ever closer to that first belt.
Let's go!
Got to get the pass away. It does
Let's
not get away.
Come on!
Perfect
Come
defense.
on!
Brought the hounds. It's just really just been blitzing everyone cover 2.
Let's
Or they're
go!
dropping everyone in coverage out of cover 3, cover 4, whatever. Whatever Joke's doing on defense, D. Croft obviously does not like, and Joke is just going to pound the rock and make this a 3-possession game.
D. Croft, who at this time yesterday, Skimbo tweeted out the word finish. Instead might be finished. Add an ED at the end of that. It's looking like Joke, and could it be back-to-back Madden Bowl shutouts? We had a 41-0 Madden Bowl recently. This one 14-0.
And you see D. Croft getting his timeouts early. If you're a fan of D. Croft, you want to come back, you got to pray for him to land these hit sticks. He cannot wrap up. He's got to go for hit sticks.
Again, in field goal range, very close to making it a 3-possession game and a near impossible comeback for D. Croft.
And now you're going to go and try to help you have a Boogs play of the year and block the kick, and he's not. He's got to make it a 3-possession game.
Tell you what, Mr. Close But No Cigar can finally light one up here if he wants to. He's getting that close, and again, in his 11th opportunity, 5th time he's been in a Final Four. It's been a long wait for Rydell Brito, but here he is, 2:26 away.
And if you're Joke, you can smell it. Like, he said in his interview, and that's actually something I struggled with when I started, lost my first ones. I was thinking about what I was going to say. I wasn't even thinking about the game. And then finally it took me a moment, hey, you got to remember what the task is at hand, and you got to finish the job first. And I'm telling you right now, he is thinking ahead because he is so close of putting this game completely away.
That pass whistles over to John Ross right at the first down sticks. Remember, he was telling our guys earlier that the one thing he was coaching himself up on, talking about Joke, is don't cry. Don't cry if it happens. But you know what? Do what you want to, big guy. You are even closer now. Dwight Freeney with his 2nd sack.
You know, if you've been watching that Michael Jordan, though, special on ESPN, man, when you saw Michael win his first championship, he was crying like a baby. You know, it's just all that fight, all those years, and it finally just pays off. And I wouldn't be surprised if Joke does it. This guy's been grinding this game for so long, and for him to finally win a belt like this is going to mean so much to him, and you just know it is.
There's Mostert out of the backfield, and a clanging hit on him. And back to our Phil Mickelson comparison, Skimbo. It's not like he even needs the 18-foot putt now on 18. I mean, he can just kind of cruise here, up by 17.
Absolutely. He can tap it in and pick up the ball and show it to the fans, because that's how close he is. This game is pretty much over. That Frank Clark is an animal.
I love you, Frank. I love you.
That's the beast card to have, no question about it.
That's the reason why we didn't use the quarterback.
Now you heard it right there.
That's
Put all the chips to the middle of the table on your defense. And Frank Clark was the guy for Decroft in the semifinal, right? He had 5.5 sacks for Decroft.
I mean, this is one of the most impressive finals I've ever seen when the opposition doesn't score a point. Now this is pride. This is trying to set history if you're a Joke. To have a finals and shut them out, that's going to feel awesome.
Still a great year for Decroft. We've called him the Teen Titan. But against the Titans right now, even though he gets the first down here, he's just going to run out of time.
I want to see Joe take some pride and just get a shutout. I really do. Don't let off. Call the defense you've been calling all game. You know you've probably won this game. It's honestly 99.9% he's won this game. However, this is pride. Don't give up a point. If I'm him, I'm definitely going for the shutout.
Rodgers will get wrestled down one more time. And again, it's always a 55, right? It's either Jerome Baker or Frank Clark.
It is. He's put so much cap in this defense, and just watch him fight. It's just unbelievable how good they're fighting for him.
Well, Marquise Brown, who's been a big-time performer for Decroft all week. Again, just too little too late here.
Look at Joke. He showed emotion when he gave that up. He doesn't want to give up a point, and that's going to do it. That's it. It's over.
That's what we do.
In a perfect world, confetti would be in his hair right now, a belt raised above his head. We'll do the next best thing in short order. In his room, in his sanctuary, knowing he's the king of the Madden community, it is right, El Brito. It's a 17-0 final. He said finally, right?
Player in the world, no debate.
I'm so happy for him, man. This is a guy that puts so much time every year in the game, and to finally get your first belt, your championship, it's just like, it's just such a great feeling. I'm so happy for Joke, and you can see his family is too.
Skimbo, what a pleasure working with you, my friend. You got 3 belts, but now finally Joke has 1. We'll have a special belt presentation, a virtual belt presentation. Hey, watch the mail, Joke. You got 12 pounds, 700 rhinestones being delivered to your doorstep soon, buddy. We'll come back with that presentation after this.
If you're over mac and cheese and PB&Js, have we got good news for you. Right now, get Pizza Hut's best delivery deal. Large pizzas with up to 3 toppings for just $9.99. Available for carryout or contactless delivery at pizzahut.com.
Oh, no, don't pressure me.
This party's garbage.
That bad, huh?
It is that bad.
It's like a bag of zeros.
Try this creamy Snickers. You could use a little smoothness.
Is that one of the zeros?
Get smooth with the fresh ground nut butters and creamy Snickers.
Join NFL stars competing in a special virtual tournament to benefit Feeding America. The Fox Esports Madden NFL Invitational, May 22nd on FS1.
Today I want to use my voice to showcase a real hero, Dr. Evan Shannon. I want to thank Tracy Thomas,
Dr. Josh Hughes, Haley Wickenheiser,
Dr. Missy,
Savannah Stewart.
Thank you for all that you're doing. Nobody knew this was coming, but you guys stepped up.
The countless hours you spend at the hospital, coming in on your days off.
What she's doing to help other people, putting her health at risk and her family, her beloved ones.
When I had the virus, I was a little nervous, a little scared. So just being able to just be there.
Thank you, Henry, for bringing your A game every single day. You cheer for us, I want to cheer for you. So get up, Nicole, let's go!
Let's go. Yeah! Stay strong, Doc.
Couldn't be more proud of having you in my jersey.
You're the true queen, the real hero.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Madden NFL 20 Bowl. After an amazing 2 weeks of online competition and easily the most unique Madden Bowl to date, we have our winner, and he is Joke. And so here are the final standings. Joke, he wins 65 grand. D-Croft coming in second with 25 grand in his pocket. It was Pavan and Clef the God, third and fourth respectively, also getting $20,000 each. Oh my goodness, what a performance from Joke. What an ending to an incredible season. It is Evan Rayner here, joined once again by one great user and Serious Mo for potentially probably the last time here this Madden 20 season. Fellas, what an incredible show that we just witnessed. User, your first thoughts.
Hey, man, I'm just happy, man. Joke finally pulled it through, man. And truly, he has been the best Madden player all year, and you showed it as he pitched the shutout 17-0, man. I'm just happy for the guy. You know, he told me this morning, he was like, I said, how you feeling? He said, I'm feeling like today is the day, user. I said, you know what, man? Clef the God is my boy. He's in it, but you just might be right. I feel like it could be your day today, too.
It's hard not to be happy for Joke, man. He's been at it for a long time. Been playing this game before I have, over 10 years. Never really won the big one. And, you know, he did it in one of our brothers, Spot Me. We lost Spot Me a couple years ago in a tragic incident, man. He did it in his name. So I couldn't be more happy for Joke. You know, I know he's feeling it right now. I know he's full of emotions. I can't wait to hear from him later on.
And we are pleased to have Joke join us now for a few minutes after his huge win. First of all, congratulations, man. How special is this moment for you?
Thank you. It's special for a lot of reasons, but the most important is that as soon as I had the 1 seed, I knew I had the choice of jerseys, and I went with Spot. And he was a good friend, and we lost him. I'm gonna try to not get emotional, but I mean, I dedicated this tournament to him, and it's just like the fact that I won it, the tournament I was dedicating to him is awesome. So like, yeah, I'm just happy, very happy. Like, I'm not crying because I finally won. I'm crying because we miss him, and it's just good that I got to win the tournament that before the tournament started, I knew I was dedicating to him. And it feels like I have the monkey off my back. I finally won. People can't say like, oh, Joke, 13 major appearances, whatever I have, never won. So that feels good, but what feels the nicest is that I got to win the tournament where from the first game, every single game I was dedicating to Spot Me. Spot Me, Trueboard, RFP, we miss you guys, we love you, and I'm just, I'm so happy.
It's awesome to see that in honor of them, man. Really, really appreciate that and the emotion. One of the most treasured traditions at the Madden Bowl is having the winner raise the trophy, Joke, but in the new normal, that's obviously a challenge. So for now, we took the initiative and enlisted San Diego Chargers safety and Madden 20 freak Derwin James to raise it for you.
Hey, that's my guy. Derwin James.
Hey, Joe,
Joe Mixon.
you won your first belt. Congratulations on winning the Madden NFL 20 Bowl. Since we had to stay at home and watch it, I can't hand you your belt, but I'll be sure to mail it to you. Now, I know how much of a tradition this is to hold the belt over your head. If you don't mind, I'd like to do it for you. Congratulations. Hey, Hollywood, Joe Mixon, y'all check this out. Real 24 karat gold.
Hey, we'll be sending that to you, buddy. But how cool was that you ended up getting that belt from him? And just talk to me again, lay out what's going on for you at home.
It's awesome, especially since Derwin James. Big fan of Derwin James. Any NFL players that support the Madden community like they do, like big shout out to Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon actually yesterday sent me a DM and basically told me, like, obviously I had some stuff going on in my life, and if I needed anyone to talk to, I could talk to him. And that's obviously not something he had to do. He's a pro athlete. He's an NFL star. And just the fact that, these NFL athletes would just reach out to us and, basically be like one of us is awesome. It's great to see NFL players supporting Madden. I never thought Madden would get to this point. I remember driving 3 hours to go to PA to play for a $1,000 tournament where if you didn't win, you didn't make money. Like, we used to go because the tournaments were fun. We went because of the brotherhood, because of the community. And now the fact that we can win hundreds of thousands of dollars, I think I've won $240,000 from Madden, and I never would have thought Madden would have got this big. So just shout out to everyone who's made this possible, EA, the players, the fans, everyone. If it wasn't for everyone watching, everyone playing, everyone running these events, we would never have them. So I'm just, grateful. I finally won one, finally got the monkey off my back. And yeah, I can't wait till I get that trophy in the mail so I can hoist it. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Joke. It's your boy Mo, man. Derwin James, he's been supporting Madden for a long time. Shout out to him, obviously. And, man, I just got to say, my little brother, I'm so proud of you, dude. If people watch and follow us on Twitter, they know we bicker at each other back and forth maybe more than anyone in the community. But I remember when I won my belt this year, you know how tough it was for me the last couple of years, not doing anything in the MCS, nothing good to speak of. And you were one of the main people I heard in the audience, rooting for me. So I just want to say I'm so happy for you, man. Congratulations. I love you. And, of course, doing it for our brother Spot Me, I know that feels amazing for you. And, man, I'm just so happy for you.
Thank you, Mo. You already know it's all love. No matter how many times we, go back and forth on Twitter, we're always texting. It's all love. We never take anything personal. I always call you my little sister because, every time I make a tweet, you always there replying. People probably think we hate each other, but it's obviously the opposite. I'm happy when you win, and I know, you're happy when I win. So, appreciate it. Love.
What's going on, Joke? This your boy User, man. Congrats, man. We spoke this morning, man, and you said, hey, man, I just feel like today is the day. What made you feel that way?
I'm just going to go back to it again. It's just all the preparation I did going into this tournament. Stevie hasn't played the game in, 2 months, and I messaged him today. I said, hey, I knew that I was going to play when I went to Wing Flex Close. I knew I had to run for, 3 to 5 wide, so I knew people would go to the pinch D. And I knew if I played D-Croft, he would go to the pinch D. So I asked Stevie, I said, yo, how did you used to run dive against the pinch D? And that got me 2 touchdowns. That's the reason why I won the game. So it's all preparation. It's everyone who helped me lab. I want to give a shout out first to everyone that's helped me, but the first person I really want to give a shout out to is Jay-Bird. Jay-Bird's the reason why I decided to go with a 10-cap quarterback. I was one of the people who thought 10-cap quarterback had no chance to win. You could not win a tournament like this. And I ended up playing him, and I actually realized, like, okay, this is really hard to stop, and I know it's going to be hard to score on me. So then after that, Chaz, Franchise, and, Tony, I love you guys. I obviously love everyone else in NBA, but those 3 stand out to me the most because those are the guys who helped me lab. VY, if I told him, there was a game where I ran the ball 88 times in one game against VY, and VY never got lazy. He never tried to stop shooting the gap. So guys like that, they're the reason why players like us or me like that win. Like, even if you see that I win, it's not because of me. It's like if I didn't have Franchise and VY and Tony in my corner, there's no way I would have won this tournament. And that's a legit stat. We played a game where I ran the ball 88 times against one defense to try to find runs to work against it.
Wow. Wow, Joe, thank you so much, man. It's been a pleasure. Congratulations. Enjoy the time with your family, man. This must be a huge moment for you. We're so happy for you and so proud of you for what you've done. Probably the best MCS season ever, I think, just got capped. And I got to give a big thank you to one great user and Serious Mo, my buddies here on the desk for this one. You guys have been amazing. Thank you for all the effort, all the sacrifice, and all the great times we've been able to have. I'm sure we'll have much more in the coming future. It has been an amazing 2 weeks of the Madden Bowl. We began by moving the tournament completely online, and then launched in a group stage with our 16 competitors without a hitch. The last few weeks, we have seen some memorable moments and walk-off wins. Finally, crowning a champion today, and we did it all remotely, staying and playing at home. We want to thank EA, the NFL, and Madden League Ops for their tremendous support. Make sure to follow our Madden League Ops Twitter account for updates on next season. For our casters, our devoted broadcast crew, our dozens mostly sitting in their spare bedrooms, kitchen tables, and home offices to bring you this show, thanks for joining us on ESPN. I'm Evan Rayner. We'll see you next time at the Madden Bowl.